What is going on, everybody? Oh my God, can you believe it? I have a spicy update for everyone today that has nothing to do with the Dojin, but it has everything to do with the funny. Okay. So.ご覧を見てください. Do you see this? We now have two count 'em stream decks.
I'm really feeling it.
Whoops.
I have twice as much power as one man should have.
It's just like one of my Japanese anime.
Hamburger sandwich to Diet Coca-Cola.
They took my ass! I can't see!
Oh my God!
Oh my God. This is the best $160 I've spent on anything. And I'm printing because I have access to a 3D printer. I am printing a stand so that I can have both of them on top of one another. And it will be lovely. One thing I did know is that this one is actually a lot brighter.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scott, president of Domino's Pizza. Have you heard of Hatsune Miku?
Thank you, Scott. So one of them is a lot brighter than the other, and I don't know if I can control that in the thing, because I don't want them to... Oh, yeah, here we go. I don't want it to... I don't want to burn it out, is the thing. So I kind of make my buttons a little not as bright, but it's also definitely a little warmer in tone. Let's go to a comparable page. Yeah, it's definitely the air quotes new one is a little warmer.
Nerf this.
But yeah. Parallel gnoming, let's fucking go. Oh, I'm gonna have to remember which one. I'm gonna have to remember which one is which because I only copied one page of one. Yippee! So one of them is I'm gonna try it out as like having my replacement for having a keyboard instead of having to hand all the way over to the keyboard. Where the fuck is my tablet pen? There it is. Okay. Ooh. But yeah, I convinced myself to go pick up another used stream deck, and I'm very happy.
Yippee!
It'll be very, very good for the future. Because we had I think there's like 32 buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's like 32 buttons on one of them. So now I have just basically 64 macro buttons to press. And they're all going to be stupid sounds.
Holy shit, this is hot garbage.
Wow, man. I'm feeling it. But anyway, let's spin up let's see. We had AVGN going last time. Let's continue. Since I think at a certain point we'll jump off of AVGN and maybe move to like maybe we'll move to JonTron or something. I don't know. Just it would be nice to, you know, it'll be fun to just kind of go through different YouTube channels that have meant a lot to me over the years. But
you enter the password and it turns out that it's wrong, like if you messed up on one letter, it
Yeah.
erases the whole thing, and you got to type it in all
Alright,
over
what do
again.
we gotta
Why
fix some
can't I just
stuff
go back and fix the one
here.
letter?
I was not a big fan of
really
her
hate
eyes.
this password thing in general. Because what's
I gotta
the point?
fix
You
this
should
whole
have
thing
unlimited
here,
continues.
honestly.
Yeah, because the only reason you should have to put in a password is if you turn the game off and want to come back to it later. As long as you're still playing, you're going to keep playing the same stages over and over and over again. So what's the point of sending you all the way back to the beginning? The earlier stages are the easiest, and those are the stages you end up playing the most. It's the later stages where you need the most practice. It's all about trial and error. Like imagine if in high school you fail out of senior year. What happens? You do senior year again, right? You don't have to go back and do freshman year again. So bottom line, have unlimited continues. God damn it!
Another big piss off about this game is that enemies can kill you even after they're dead. Like you have to wait for them to completely die before you can pass. Anyway, I can't get past the vine, so I'm gonna cheat with Game Genie, the last resort. But check out these codes. Almost unlimited energy, invincibility after losing the first life may cause the game to freeze, start with no continues, cannot collect extra energy, and one hit is fatal.
What kind of codes are these? Is there like some sick fuck who thinks the game isn't hard enough? Like somebody who wants to be tortured some more? Well, how about this? I got a code for you. How about a code that just starts you off dead? Yeah, well, I don't want to freeze, so I guess I'm going to go with almost invincibility, whatever that means.
At first the code works fine, but then I found out that if you collect energy, it takes life away. Not that you would need to collect energy, but it's kind of silly, isn't it? And guess what? Once you get to the vines, you still die. Well, that would have been nice. Why couldn't the code say invincibility except for the vines? Even if you pass the vines, the invincibility goes away, so you're left with your own wits to fight Frankenstein. So, fuck the Game Genie, and let me tell you, when Game Genie doesn't help, you know you're fucked. So you fight Frankenstein. His first form's pretty easy, but then he grows into a giant super Frankenstein. Come on!
Come on! Come on, you fucking Stein!
God, that fucking lightning strike scared the shit out of me. Alright, let's turn the Afghan down. He's getting a little rowdy. Also, if I suddenly jump up, it's because I smell burning. I've got the 3D printer running in the background.
This is one of the original stuffed Donkey Kongs from the early 1980s. Why does he have to have his hands like this? Like, what's he trying to tell us? And look at his face. He knows it's funny. It's like, hey, you, fuck you.
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega
Oh boy. Let's talk about the Philips CDI. Now, if you're not familiar with
God,
the
this like
backstory, I'll give you a
backlit
quick little
with like the
rundown.
posters and
Nintendo
stuff
was working
is
in
so
conjunction with
it's so
Philips to produce a
iconic.
CD-based add-on for the Super NES, which never came through. Now, Nintendo is also working with Sony on the same concept, and we all know what came of that, the PlayStation. But as for Philips, they too made their own game console. However, they had permission to utilize some of the Nintendo franchises. Now, what came of that was a shitty Mario game and 3 shitty Zelda games.
It's
Link,
weird
the
that I'm getting
Faces of Evil,
nostalgic for YouTube videos now.
Zelda's Adventure, and Zelda.
You know, it really was
Rise of
kind of just like an
Gamelon.
amazing time. This idea that like
Okay.
you could
These
make
games are
something
notorious
and put
for
it
their
out there,
legendary ass
and people
suckage,
would see
which
it.
is hard to believe.
I got a resin
How
printer or
could there
just a
exist
normal 3D
bad
printer?
Zelda game, let alone 3 of them,
Or
and
just
on a console
it's an
that's not
extrusion.
Nintendo.
So
Well,
it's
haven't
not
heard of
resin.
them?
Resin
Might think you're living under a
printers
rock, but let me tell you, it's a rock
they
worth
seem
the
really
time.
cool and I would love to try one day,
Before we
but they're
begin,
also
let's talk
giga
about the
fucking
console
toxic.
itself. To begin with,
And
it barely
I would
fucking
want
works.
to
That's a good
I would
start, right?
want
I
to
had to
like
buy
set it
3,
up right
yeah,
with
3
like proper
CDIs
ventilation
before I
and
got one
everything.
functional. The first
I'm
one
already
wouldn't
trying to
read
work
the
on
buttons. The
a
second one right here had the
fume
same
hood
problems.
for like
Haven't returned
soldering
it
and
yet
like
because I
model
wanted to show
kits.
you what it looks like.
So
finally,
I
I
think
got this
a
big piece.
vacuum
Look how huge
chamber
it is. It looks like one of
for
those
like
old
fume
VCRs.
ventilation
It is the biggest video game console I've ever seen. Literally, you can fit 2
would
of these
be in the
inside.
cards one
If you
day. But
remember
resin
my
printers
Atari
just seem really
5200
messy
video where I commented how
and
big it was,
fucky.
well, both consoles are ridiculously huge.
Even though
but the
even though
CDI just
SLA
barely wins.
printing
But does it work?
I believe
Yes,
is what
it
it's
does.
called.
But at first, I thought the
Stereolithography.
controller input was broken. I have 4 different
Or no, that's
controllers, and none
some
of them
that's the
work,
fucking
except
resin
the
printing
wireless
term. What
one
is
sucks so
extrusion?
bad it isn't
I
working.
said it earlier.
Then
I can't believe I
found out
fucked it
that
up.
there's another input on the back. So the one on the front is either broken
Yeah.
or intended for the second player. This means that every time I want to swap a controller, I have to pull out the whole console. Dog shit. Fucking inhumanity, man. Fucking piece of shit. That is a pain in the ass. Why couldn't both be on the front? Seriously, I couldn't even imagine what they were thinking. But let's talk about the controllers. One is your average regular ass controller. The next one looks like a spoon. I really don't understand it. And this one has this awkward joystick. It's so stiff. It's basically just a stick on top of a regular D-pad. Then you have the wireless one. This is the standard
have to fix
controller
these
that comes with
eyes.
the system. But as I've said, it's terrible. Your finger keeps slipping off the joystick and the buttons are too close. Imagine if you were trying to play Nintendo 64 and all the buttons were clustered around the joystick. For your average point and click game, it's okay, but for an action game like Zelda, it is nearly impossible to use this controller. It's all worth it just to play such classics as Sticky Bear Reading, Lamb Chop's Play Along, Sailing, and The Flowers of Robert Mapplethorpe. Yeah, it had its share of educational games, some action games, but let's cut the bullshit.
I wonder if
to the
Robert
ones you wanna hear
Mapplethorpe
about.
suddenly got a ton
The
of
Zelda
traffic
games
to
are
like his
pretty
web
rare and
presence
kinda expensive.
because
Zelda's
of the
Adventure
angry
was
video
over
game nerd.
$180 US
And I wonder if
dollars.
he's like, what the
Not
fuck
counting
is
the
going
money I
on?
had refunded for the
What
bad
is this
consoles,
angry
all this
video
in total
gaming nerd
cost about
man?
$700. I've been dying to do a CDI review for a long time, and partly due to financial and technical difficulties, that's what's been holding me back. But before we get to the Zelda games, let's start off with Hotel Mario. The price on this one, I gotta be honest, was $0 because this one was a donation.
Do you
Thanks
actually
to
think he
Steve
still
Lobo
has those
sent me a
games?
turd wrapped in
Or do you think he
tinfoil.
sold them?
As the game begins, you get a ridiculous cutscene.
Because it kind of seems like he got his mileage out of them.
I hope she made lots of spaghetti.
Reminds me of the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, but way more cheesy. The game is not what you'd expect. I mean, with a title like Hotel Mario, I guess I really didn't know what to expect, but not this. All you do is run around and shut doors. Yeah, seriously, the goal is to shut all the doors before the time runs out, then advance
That was
to the
another
next
big
stage.
part of that.
Couldn't they have come up with something better?
causing
Like,
me
how about
grief.
kill all the Goombas and Koopa Troopas, but shut doors? As much fun as that sounds, it's even more fun when the doors keep opening again. Just when you think you're about to shut the last door and beat the level, another door opens, and by the time you run all the way over there, another one opens. Also, it seems that there's always somebody in your way. Like if I jump at the wrong time, I hit the Goomba on the top. Even if I try to stomp an enemy, I end up bouncing up and getting my ass killed. Ugh, look here, I'm totally fucked. Here I go, I'm kicking ass. Fuck, you gotta watch the doors. Speaking of doors, you can actually hide in the doors, which helps out sometimes. But these things with the arrows, let's talk about them. They're elevators, or they could be stairwells, whatever. Where the arrow points make sense. They go up, they go down. But the controls take some time to get used to. By instinct, if I see a down arrow, I press down. But that's not how it works. You have to hit up, regardless of which elevator you're on. And when you arrive at the other end, you're in that hiding position, so you have to hit down to step out.
No, wait, shit,
so
let's try it.
Often, you find
Yeah,
yourself
it
having to hit
works.
Up on the down
Hell
arrow,
yeah.
and when you go down to the up arrow, you press down. That's fucking confusing. And the elevators don't always go where you expect. No, it takes me to the other side where I get killed by the fucking caterpillar. The game is actually more reminiscent of arcade games from the early 80s like Donkey Kong and Mario Brothers. And for something like that, Hotel Mario actually isn't too bad. It is challenging, I'll give it that. But the fact is, this was not the early 80s. This was 1994, and it was a next-generation console. Originally, they planned to release a sequel to Super Mario World titled Super Mario's Wacky Worlds, but it was canceled, and what we got was this. End of story. Now, all this CDI stuff is a shit sandwich that's too big for one mouthful. So check in for part 2. We're going to look at the Zelda games.
It's almost there. It's so close. There's just something a little awkward about this one for some reason. I don't know why.
He's gonna take you back to the past. To
Okay,
play
that's
the
better.
shitty games that suck ass.
I think.
He'd rather have a buffalo.
It's enough.
Take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk.
Maybe I'll buy some clay and start cutting into it, but everything polymer and I'm like 50% microplastics. That is true. As I always say, I have enough microplastics in me to sexually identify as Gunpla at this point myself.
I have been dreading this day
but
for a long time.
I
It's
plan
time to play
to
the Zelda
be better
CDI
about
games.
that in the future.
Now, the first
I'd-
two, Link: The Faces of Evil
I
and
should
Zelda
say.
1 Gamelon, were both released on the same
Oh,
day,
no, where the fuck
October
did all my
10th,
Q-tips go?
1993. You can think of them as brother
There's some
and sister
shit in my
games.
ear that's
I'm
bothering
going
me.
to try out 1 Gamelon first.
To begin with, I thought this might have been an interesting game because you actually play as Zelda, you know, the one who's in the title of every Zelda game. Also, it's a side-scroller, much
But
like
I
in
also
Zelda
just don't
2,
like the
Adventure of
3D
Link.
printer that I
I've
have.
always
It's
wondered
from my
why
work.
Nintendo never made any more Zelda games in this
It
style. So going into
kind of
this game,
just
I
doesn't.
couldn't
It's kind of
imagine
tough
how
to
bad it would
use,
be.
and I'm
Link is
not
seen
really
only
like
in these
trained in
infamous
it. I had to
cartoon
teach
cutscenes.
myself how to use it.
Go to Gamelon
But I
and
can't
find
do
my
stuff
phone.
like
Great! I can't
like a lot of my
wait to
prints will
bump
have
into
the
Dum-Dums.
elephant
God,
foot
way
problem,
more corny than the Link from the
and I have
TV
no way of
series.
knowing how to fix or
these
mess
scenes
with
are
the
only
bed
the
temperature or
icing
do
on
any
the
of that
cake.
shit for it.
First thing I find
Or, like,
kinda
auto-level the
disappointing
bed.
is the instruction manual. Counting the English section,
It seems
it's
like,
only 10 pages. All you get is a very brief storyline and bland
You know, I wanted to pick up at some point if I ever was gonna buy one. I really wanted to pick up a Bamboo Labs printer,
Let's talk about
but
the
they had that
controls.
whole
Regardless of
controversy
which
about like
controller
trying to
you have,
lock
it
down all
seems
their
the
shit.
CDI only uses two buttons.
So
to
I
jump, you have to
I
press
don't know
up.
if I'd buy a
Being that it's
Bamboo
a
Labs
platform
printer anymore.
game and a lot of the jumps have to be done with perfect accuracy.
What am I
it
even
wears on
printing
your thumb real
anyways?
fast. And
I'm not printing
sometimes
any
when trying to
figures.
press left or right, I end
So
up jumping by
if you can
accident.
see in
first
the
button is
top
the
right
sword.
corner,
The second
I
button
have
is
acquired yet
everything
another
else. Open
stream deck
doors,
so we
bring up
can
the status screen,
do
use the
parallel
It's a
parallelization
fucking mess, and it causes
of
nothing
mic
but
spam
problems. To bring up the
at
status
a
screen,
higher
you have to
efficiency
crouch
rate.
down. To begin with, that's a pain in the ass.
Can I ask you kind of a weird question?
The beast is demonic in nature. Very icky, no good.
They took my ass! I can't see it!
Also, Also, the status
so-
screen is the only way you can pause the game.
Yeah.
Sometimes I forget
I'm
or don't
printing
realize
a
I'm in front of the
stand
door, so I try to bring up
that
the
will
status
allow me
screen,
to
and then I
have
take a
both
piss
of
only to
them
realize that I'm in another room getting my
stacked
ass
on
handed
top
to
of
me.
each other, but I also
The
gotta buy a
problem also
couple
works the
real
other
life
way
parts
around. If you're trying to go in the door, you have to be certain
as
that
well.
you're
I gotta buy
standing
some
right in the middle, or else you
magnets.
end up using your item.
Uh,
I've wasted so many bombs
and I
just
think I
trying to go
have
in the
the
damn doors.
screws.
And you want to know what I fucking hate? To collect rupees or anything, you have to stop and hit them with your sword. And you can't be standing in front of them either. You have to be in the right position. There's no other way.
I
You
should
don't
get
have
one
to
of
do
those,
that in
like-
any other Zelda game. You see a
You know,
rupee,
doctors
all you
have
need
one
to
of
do is
these
touch
like
it.
tools
But in
that
this
they
piece
can
of
use
shit,
to
every
scrape
single
wax
rupee
out of
slows
your
you
ears
down.
safely.
Most of the time I ignore
should
them,
get one of
but
those.
As it turns out, you need rupees more than ever in this game. Many of the items that
It's
you
like a
use
little
take
weird
rupees
hook
away
loop
when you
thing.
use them, and you constantly need to buy
But
bombs,
I'm
lemon
a
oil,
very
rope.
sinusy boy,
Bombs are for
and
killing
that
tough
also
enemies,
translates to
blowing
my
them away in
ears.
certain places you need to go. Sometimes just to blow up one boulder, it
But yes,
takes
I
10
agree.
bombs.
Extrusion
that's
printing
enough?
is very bad
The lanterns are
for
lighting the dark areas,
for any
but
fine
this game
detail
got
work.
Really carried away with this. It's common
That
in
being
Zelda games
said,
that there's
I was at
dark
a
areas,
video
caves,
game
dungeons in
show,
which you need to light the way. But in this
and
game, it seems
someone
every
showed me they
fucking
were
place
selling
you go,
stuff.
it gets dark. Even at the
And they
treetops,
showed
broad
me
daylight
a,
happens. And the lantern only
They
lasts for
showed
a few
me some
seconds, and
stuff
then it
they were
goes dark
selling, and
again.
it was printed with a
Tough to break.
bamboo
So you constantly
extrusion
switching
printer
back
that
to the
looked
status
pretty
screen to keep
good,
selecting the
honestly.
lantern oil.
Like,
And when it runs out, being stuck in the dark is absolutely miserable. You can't even see the fucking door to find your way back out. So finding the door in the dark is a bitch.
so it's not
other
perfect,
times,
but
the
they are
problem's
getting
trying to
better.
get your ass away from the door.
Oh god,
Watch
does
this
this look okay?
situation.
Ah.
I go in the door. It's
Ah,
dark.
that's what's
I need the
bothering
lantern,
me.
So I crouch down and try to bring up the select screen, and I exit the door. What the fuck? So I go back in. This time I make more of an effort to step away from the door. I try the status screen again, and what happens? I go out the damn door again. So this time I go back in, I walk to the left.
Micro
and Finally,
adjustments
I'm able to bring up the status
are
screen and select the
fun.
lantern. As the room illuminates, you can see how big that door was. Even if I
Okay.
know I'm about to step into a dark room and I select the lantern in advance, it still doesn't make a difference because
Let's
if
see.
I try to use the lantern
Will
while I'm
close
touching
and
the door,
fill
I'll have the same
tickle my
problem.
butthole,
It
or
would've
will I
really
be
helped
complete?
If all that shit didn't have to be the same button. I know I'm digging deeper and deeper into the
Ah.
same topic, but it really is a continuous problem.
it is that was
can even get you
close.
killed. Say I go into a dark room, I step away from the door, and I fall. How
That's
was I
pretty
supposed
close.
to know there was a crevice there? All because I can't
Just a
use the
little bit
lantern
of,
at the door. It's fucking bullshit! But now that I've
A little bit
discussed
of
all the problems
fixing
with
here
using
and
the lantern
fixing
in the
there
dark
and-
rooms, let's talk about the ropes. You use them for climbing all those tough-to-reach platforms. But why you can only use a rope one time makes no sense. Why does Zelda have to carry around 20 fucking ropes? Why can't she use the same
But yeah,
one?
I'm by far
And if
an
you die,
expert
you go
on
back to
3D
the beginning
printing.
of the
I just
stage.
know
So
about
you're
it,
constantly
and
wasting your ropes.
I
Let
have
me
done
tell
a
you,
little
there's
bit of it
nothing more
myself.
frustrating than making it to the end
Because
of the stage, then
unfortunately,
realizing you
as
have
I've
no more
gotten
ropes.
older,
So it's back
I've
to
come to the
fucking
sad
store.
realization that if you
But
want
damn,
something
I haven't
done,
even
you need to
started
do it
talking about
yourself.
how hard it is to maneuver.
Because
First
it's
of
very
all, you
difficult
can't
as an
jump
adult to
straight
make
down. If
friends
you want to go down, you
who
have to
have
keep
helpful
following the
skills and are
walkway
willing
until
to
you
all
get to
help
an
each
area you
other.
can drop. This little blue guy,
And it's
he's too
also
short to
very
hit, and if I
bad
try
to go
jump over
into
him, I end up back at the top.
looking for
So I gotta keep
relationships,
walking
expecting
side
to
side
get things
just
out
to
of
go
them.
down. The graphics are
another
so
thing that I've learned.
convoluted you can't even tell where you can go. Look at this. What the fuck? I can't go through. So I gotta go to the right, and then down, and then back to the left again. You just have to jump all around until you find which of the rocks you can land on. Alright, I found one right here, so you just gotta... There we go. It's hard to jump over gaps, even when it seems plain obvious. Oh, come on! You gotta be kidding me! Sometimes a moving platform or crocodile will get in your way. What? That little gap? And sometimes if you jump on a platform, you fall through. How in the holy mother of shit did I miss that branch? It's also strange to get people to talk, you stab them with your sword.
I give anything for an Arpago's egg.
My cakes will burn.
Just to hear stupid shit like that. It's real annoying when you're trying to fight enemies and there's someone nearby. You end up hitting them and making them talk.
Oh, my.
Constantly interrupting your fight.
Oh, my.
And why is everybody so twisted and scary?
Bring some fairy dust and I'll make it a magic cloak.
Whoa, whoa.
attacking is awkward. It seems your sword never hits anything. Even if you just keep swatting at the air, your enemies always seem to hit you first. You can only hit what's directly in front of you, but it always seems enemies are coming from high above you.
But we
or
only
from
have
too
one
low.
more Miku to go.
I swear that more than half the enemies in this game are too short to hit. You always have to be at the precise altitude. Look at this. I can't hit him below the branch, and I can't hit him when I'm on the branch. How do I hit this thing? Come on, motherfucker, come on! Oh, man. Seriously, what is it
We are
with all
done
these
drawing
bats? All I'm
Mikus.
trying to do is get out of the cave, but the bats keep on coming. Fuck! Then there's this part where you walk into a room and there's two assholes throwing spears. I'm gonna try again. If only I could get close enough. As hard as it is to get close to your enemies, sometimes the problem is being too close. One fucking piece of shit, get off me! And there's no recovery time. They can drain all your energy in a second.
Ugh.
Come on, jump over.
Now I'm running into a problem with
And if you're too close to the top of the
with
screen,
space
you
stuff.
can barely jump at all.
Just I officially have too much shit on my desk. I have way too much.
Sometimes. Where the fuck did he come from? Look, you can clearly see that nobody's there, but as soon as I go up, bam, I'm dead.
It's awful.
But as difficult as it can be to slay the regular enemies, the boss battles are ridiculously easy if you know what weapon to use. They only take one hit. When you kill them, you get these amusing cutscenes.
You've killed me.
Good.
Good. You killed me. Good.
Good. Good. Good. Good.
I might be able to play along. This might be an interactive episode of ArtLab.
Oh man, I'm going.
Viewers at home can
insane.
spam their
I
own
can't
noise
quit
boards
because
as
I'm up to
well.
Ganon.
Cool, huh?
Bring light to my lair? You must die.
No.
Joke. He makes the Ganon from the cartoon
Alright,
series
I gotta
look
go.
badass.
I gotta grab a
And it's very
Miku from
surreal to fight
2007.
Ganon and then just throwing the wand of Gamelon at him. That's it.
I
One hit, he's
can
dead.
Miku, Miku.
After you've killed him, they still have the nerve to have spikes falling from the ceiling. Wouldn't that be a shame to kill Ganon only to have a spike drop on your head? Then you rescue the king and Link.
What happened?
Nothing, Link. We were just about to have a feast.
Great.
They all yuck it up and everything's fine.
Well, in conclusion, some might say that there are redeeming factors to this game. The music's pretty cool, and the graphics are nice and colorful. Some might call it a mixed bag. But let me tell you what kind of mixed bag. It's a trash bag that's had a bad day. Like say your mom cleans out the cat litter, fresh and stale duty pebbles go right in the bottom of the bag, and then your sister throws out her used tampons, and where do they go? In the same bag. And then your brother comes home piss-ass drunk, just upchucks, pukes right into the bag. Now, I'm not trying to be disgusting, but that is a realistic situation, and what it all comes down to,
That's a
that's
realistic
a nasty
situation,
bag.
all right.
But I'd rather take that shit out
What
to the garbage
happened?
than deal with this piece of fuck. Fuck this game. Get out of my face. And you know what the worst part about it is? I still have 2 left.
Oh, God, I have the fucking. I really need that stand. Holy shit! I have so many buttons to press.
E.
It will be very helpful once these are not taking up like fucking 8 square inches on my desk. Okay. All right. Let's get back. Let's get into it. Let's huddle up.
To play the shitty games that suck ass, he'd rather
time to wrap up this CDI shitfest. Let's take a look at the 2 remaining Zelda games. First, Link, The Faces of Evil. All the same problems I addressed in Zelda Gamelon are present here, so there's not much need to go into such detail again. It has the same style of gameplay and the same cheesy cutscenes.
Do you know what it means when you lose your last ruby? Now you work for me. Take him away.
You're doing great, Link. You are our hero.
Man, those fairies really like Link. The only real difference with this game is that you play as Link, and this time you're going to rescue Zelda, so the roles have been reversed. If you watch the demo, Link tells you how to play the game.
Move the controller down, and I crouch. When I'm crouching, you can make me do the duck walk. Cool, huh?
One difference is that you have to
Cool, huh?
Balls and fireballs. There's some enemies that can only be killed by either
Oh,
so it only adds more to your inventory that you have to keep up with. So even more so than the other game, you spend half the time collecting these items and collecting rupees so that you can buy bombs, rope, and lantern oil. And to top it off, there's more weapons that drain your rupees. Could this be any more tedious? And I hate collecting rupees. Oh, come on, you can't even get 2 at the same time? And the jumping is still a big problem. Come on, why can't I get up there? Oh, your mother. Oh, you son of a bitch. Get up there.
It's time to start dropping some F-bombs. Fuck! 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 Fuck!
Probably the worst example is right here. I'm trying to go in the door. Seems simple, right? But I can't approach the door from any conceivable angle. If I'm below the door, I can't reach it, at least not without a rope. Too bad I had to use them all in order to get this far. I can't approach it from the other side because the pillar's blocking me. This is the part I really don't understand. You can pass through the bottom of the pillar and you can pass through the 2 pillars before it, which look exactly the same. Why is it that I can't go through this one fucking part? It seems the only way I can make it is to drop down from the top, but I can't get back up there. I'm jumping everywhere. I obviously can't go back up, which is ironically the way I came, all because I missed the jump, which is hard to begin with because you're so close to the ceiling. I'm also prohibited from going to the left. Whether I'm on the top or the bottom floor, there's a fucking piece of shit in the way. So once you fall down there, you're stuck. This is a joke. They designed this part of the stage to be a trap. The only way to get out of this is to stand here and let the falling spikes kill you. If it wasn't for them, you'd have to reset the game and lose all your data. The darkness is still a huge issue. Look, my lantern oil ran out, so I can't find my way back. So I'm really up shit creek without a paddle, and that means I'm paddling through the shit with my hands. Talking to people is still a strange ordeal. Why do you have to shove a sword up their ass? Right up their ass.
Wow.
You also use the sword to buy stuff. If the shop owner gets in your way, you end up talking to him. Go away, I'm trying to buy bombs.
Lamp oil. Rope.
And here, once again, I'm trying to fight, but I keep talking to this asshole. Go away.
Through the eye of Glutcoal.
The enemies, once again, are a pain in the ass. Half of them are impossible to hit. Look at this, I'm trying to go down, but the fucking warthogs are in my way. This would be so simple if you could just jump down.
Oh my goodness, this is awful!
Another nuisance is that I can't hit the Dodongos because the bombs just fly over them. If I could duck and throw the bomb, maybe I could hit them, but you can't do that because it activates the status screen. Yeah, you have to be standing to use your items. And I hate these damn snakes. Your timing has to be perfect. I hate these fucking bastards. But these gargoyle things are the worst. They take several hits to kill, and they never stop coming. If you stay there and try to fight them off, you'll be there forever. I'm not kidding. It makes the most sense to just try and outrun them. All right, Ganon, here I come.
And I will make your face the greatest in Korodai, or else you will die. You will die.
All I need is just one shot with a book. Yeah, it's a book this time. Just one hit. That doesn't count.
Not into the pit.
I still get the dramatic death scene, but I'm back outside the castle. Fuck. So I gotta go all the way through the castle again, and when I get there, thankfully Ganon's still dead. Then you gotta wake Zelda. Come on! I'm here to rescue your royal ass. Get the hell up! Wake the fuck up. Oh, I get it.
I just saved you from Ganon. I won.
Actually, that's not that
Nothing
bad.
short of poetry. Let's move on to the final piece of what's known as the Unholy Triforce. Zelda's Adventure was released the following year in 1994. Unlike the other two, this one doesn't have the cartoon cutscenes. Instead, it's digitized actors. Sometimes they don't even move, they just crossfade.
So I found this champion of strength and courage.
As the title would suggest, it's the only other game where you play as Zelda, going to save Link's ass once again. You have to find dungeons.
Alright, that's looking
where
not
each one
bad.
you collect a piece of a stone,
That's looking pretty good.
much like pieces of the Triforce in the
Man,
original
I do
Zelda.
really, I have
So this
always
one follows the
appreciated this,
classic
like,
format a
early
little more. Not to
2000s,
mention it's an
like,
overhead
mid-2000s
view.
kind
That
of,
means
like,
you don't have to
digital
do
anime
stupid
art
shit
style.
like push up to jump and crouch
It's
to
very
check the
sad
inventory
that,
screen.
like,
You can also touch the rupees
kind of
and
not
cards
a lot
without
of
having
people
to
draw
grab them.
this way
Of
anymore.
course, you do have to wait for them to touch
Although
the
I think
ground,
most
which is
people don't.
confusing since it's overhead. It's better than the other two
Japan
games,
seems
but
to
not
really
by
be
a whole
fickle
lot.
about, like,
The most
trend setting
constant,
and stuff like.
annoying thing
But
is
I don't know. They
the
could have just got
screen
tired
load.
of it
Watch how long
too.
it
Like
takes.
that's the thing. It's like it's easy to
And you're
say
probably
that
thinking,
from
"Oh,
the
it can't do that
sidelines
every
as like a
time."
guy who is
Oh,
never
yeah, it
there.
does. Imagine how long it takes you to get anywhere. Look at the original Zelda. Watch how quick it is. See? And that was on an old 8-bit console. Damn CD load time. Look at this. That's when you grab your beer. The next thing that's really annoying is that somebody keeps talking to you.
Zelda, Zelda, do not roam unholy.
My art style
Nearby with
is
something to aid you.
What is Zelda
fucking
hearing
dog
voices
shit.
in her head? Crazy
Fucking.
bitch. Unlike other
Okay,
Zelda
Calico,
games,
are you
dialogue
from
is
America?
text.
Because you've
Real
kind
bad
of said
voice
things that
acting.
make me think you're not from America. So I might have to explain what a garbage disposal is to you.
Aren't you letting me in my
If that word doesn't
Even the sound effects aren't appropriate. Why do the vires
make sense.
have humanoid grunts? And what the
I'm,
hell
I'm
is
asking because I'm not sure.
What is that?
No, I'm not trying to be a douche. I actually legitimately just don't
You
know.
don't get very much music either. Just immerse yourself in the good old outdoors.
Ah, yeah, okay, so you know. Okay. Yeah, no, I wanted to ask.
I also find the ground
But yeah,
very
garbage
strange,
disposal.
almost
That
like
is what I would
Zelda.
consider a lot of things
So maybe Zelda
in my
should
life
find-
is I am a garbage
Oh, look, we got a
disposal of
ladder.
random
Remember that from the
things
original Zelda? Remember how to use it? You
that
just
aren't
walk right
necessarily
across.
correlated with
See
one
how easy
another.
it is here. You come to
And
a
yet
gap, you gotta
they
go to your
have kind of
menu,
culminated in the
select
like
the ladder, and then use it.
in
You
the
always have to select shit. Take this
in
for example. In
the
any good
person
Zelda
that
game,
is
how do you
me.
buy stuff? Like this.
But yeah, I would
That's
say
easy,
like
right?
like
Here,
right
you gotta
around like
stop, bring up the
2000
menu, select the rupee,
like you're probably right on that
and
like
there.
that's where most of the desire comes
I
from
gotta say, the menu
to
screen
do
sucks.
this kind of
First
art.
all, you can only hold
That
one
was around the
with
time I
a
started
sword or
looking
a
at a lot of
wand,
art,
In the
and
other
I
games, you
decided that
always
maybe
have the
art is a
sword and you
career
select
I
an
wanted
additional
in my
item.
life
Of course, the CDI
to
doesn't
pursue.
utilize as many buttons, so whenever you need to use something,
So
you
yeah,
bring up the menu
I
screen.
like a lot of
And the other thing that really
the
pisses me off
the
is that
mid
you have to scroll through the
2000s, but I
items,
also
not
like the
pressing
90s
left or
stuff
right on
too.
the D-pad. No,
Although
by
I don't
moving the cursor
typically
to the
go
left
for
or right
that.
arrow and painstakingly clicking until you see the item you want. That is bullshit. Why couldn't they fit them all on the
You know,
screen
because,
like in other games? And how about the map screen? In any other
That's kinda
Zelda
like a
game, you can
whole
bring up the
thing to
map
do
with
that.
the ease of a single button. That's simple.
Oh,
right?
plus I gotta be
Well, here,
honest,
the map
I've
screen
never
is
been a
inside the
fan
item
of
screen.
people
Yeah, so whenever
trying
you wanna
to
see the map,
force
you have to bring up the
style
item screen,
through
select
the
the
lens
map,
of modern
look
tools
at the
because it
map,
always kind of feels
go back
lacking
to
in
the
some
item
way.
screen, and finally back to the game. How about getting treasure? You think you just open it and there'd be nothing more to it than that. But no, the fucking treasure chest starts talking to you.
What a great event.
Then it spits out the treasure, and the first time I didn't even
Well,
know what
older
happened.
anime hair is a
What
lot
happened
more
next?
logical. Yagi's hair is just fuck shit scribbles. Like, at least with older anime hair and stuff like that, like, there's, like, logic to it. Like, I'm looking at some old mid-2000s Dojin stuff for Miku here. And at the very least, I could say this seems like it makes sense. And we're about to do it.
What happens? It kills the snake, but not before freezing me, making me momentarily helpless while the snake nearly kills me. Thanks. But one major problem I have
Yagi's hair is literally just like... There's a reason I use the words goes against every instinct I have when trying to draw it.
See that dark area
More
right there?
PC 98 anime. I mean,
even
even that stuff feels a lot more approachable.
And when I got to this part, I thought it was
To me.
a hole in the floor, till I realized that it's just part of the ceiling. Rarely does that even happen, and it occurs right after the part where you need a ladder. So naturally, I thought it was a hole. Here, I'm just trying to go to the right, but something apparently is blocking my path. What the fuck's going on? Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Get over there. I'm stuck. Fuck. Even the dungeon maps aren't consistent. See the white square? That's where I am. But if I go up, it jumps me all the way up here. And it happens more than once. You just jump all over the map. In other Zelda games, there's secret passageways that transport you all around the dungeon. That makes sense.
Right.
But here, when you're just
Courage.
walking to the next screen and suddenly appears
Let's
someplace
go.
different on the map, it's like, what the hell happened to this game?
I don't believe this. Like, I seriously don't believe this.
And this is supposed to be the
That's
easy
all I
one.
can take. How could they fuck up Zelda this bad? It's not a Zelda game. I wouldn't call it that. Oh, but it is. It has Zelda.
I'm gonna when I have to go back to fucking Korean Harry Potter, as you put him. That's gonna be the tough one.
I can't argue with that. You know, playing these games is as worthwhile as melting a dog turd on a frying pan. Yeah, put some buffalo puke and some cat piss all over it, and you have a shit sandwich that is Zelda CDI. This game fucking sucks. Fucking sucks. Fucking sucks. Oh yeah, and the Mario game, that one sucks too. CDI sucks.
I'm sorry everyone had to be subjected to that.
He's playing
Oh,
some
fuck.
games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here. Oh, he's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna go home and eat chicken and rice. The angry video game nerd is here. He hates the games that stink. He knows which games to break. He just might even hate them all, 'cause he's mad for fucking sake. You better watch out, don't give these games a try. You better not play them, he's telling you why. The angry video game nerd is here.
Welcome to another sacrilegious Christmas fuckfest. Now, 2 years ago, I played a bunch of Bible games. Yeah, now would you believe there's actually more of them? Like, who makes video games based off the Bible? Why would you do that? These games suck ass. If I was God, I'd be pissed.
First, let's check out Exodus, Journey to the Promised Land. What the hell's this? To start the game, please wait up to 9 flashes on TV screen. Power on, please wait 7 seconds between power off and power on. Wow, quite a lot of instructions just to start the damn game. You play as Moses. I guess on his journey to the promised land, he had to go through labyrinths and shooting W's at everything and collect sacks with the letter M. I don't know about this one. It's just a puzzle game. It's playable. Basically, you have to collect a certain amount of items in order for an exit to appear. I'm not even sure exactly what the items are, but it pretty much means that you have to uncover every square. Oh, this is so redundant. It's really one of those games where you need a turbo controller. So the exit appears, you take it, and then you get a bunch of Bible questions, like the king of Egypt told the Hebrew midwives to kill male babies, kill all babies, kill all babies? I'm playing an NES game that says kill all babies? And you know what? That's the wrong answer, so that obviously means it's something they made up. Kill all babies! So for every question you answer correctly, you get, what else? A Bible, and then you get a violent picture of somebody being whipped, and then it's on to the next level. Oh, this is so monotonous. Obviously, I'm going all the way in the middle. Oh, no. Now I gotta go all the way back. Oh, fucking hell. This is ridiculous. So then I get back out, I finish up all the crap I gotta do. Oh, so I guess it's the question marks I gotta get. And then what? Where's the exit? Oh, it's back over there?
This
Oh,
older,
my
like,
Lord.
mid-2000s anime
Had
art
enough of
style
this
is
shit.
absolutely
All right. Next
on
up,
my
let's
list
try
to study.
Noah's Ark. Haven't we played this already? Remember in Bible Adventures, there were 3 games, one of which was Noah's Ark, that stupid shit where you're picking up stacks of animals. Then, of course, there's the infamous Super Noah's Ark 3D, the only unlicensed
PC98
Super
art
NES
is
game,
also
which
on the
happens to be a
list.
clone of
I just
Wolfenstein, where
that's
you're
going to be
going
very
around
involved
shooting goats. So now we have yet
because
another
I want
game
to
based off of Noah's Ark. But there's
I want to
something
do
very
it
different about this one.
as
What's
close
that?
to the
It was
original as
actually
possible.
licensed by Nintendo. Who made this? Okay, now I'm really curious.
This is not that bad so far.
Okay, who would have thought this would actually be decent? Well, it was only released in Europe, which means it's in the PAL format, and it can't be played on any North American NES, unless you have the top loader. That plays anything.
The game's not bad, but it's fucking weird. Why are there Native Americans in Noah's time? And why does he turn into a fish? If he and all the animals could turn into fish, they wouldn't even need the fucking ark. Also, it's generally a pain in the ass because enemies can drain half your life bar with one hit. Even the tiniest things such as bees, which take almost all your life. And there's lots of things you can't even touch at all, or you die instantly. This makes it almost pointless to even have a life bar. Also, there's hidden bonus stages, but if you find one of them, it doesn't bring you back. So rather than returning you to the game where you left off, it puts you back at the beginning of the stage, which is fucking bullshit. But overall, I would at least go as far to call it a game. Alright, what's next? Oh, Joshua. This one looks fun, right? Oh no. Doesn't this look familiar? It's the same thing as Exodus. Well, that scratches that off the list. What's the point of discussing the same game twice? The only difference is that you're Joshua, I assume.
I feel like I
and that
could
there's
get
a
into
voice.
this
But what's even stranger,
if I
this
like
game is
really
a copy
tried.
of a game, which is
I'd
a
have to do
copy of
some
another game,
some
Crystal
studying,
Mines. Damn. Well, here's a little history lesson. Color Dreams was the company making all these unlicensed games for the NES, like Captain Comics, Secret Scout, and Raid 2020. Maybe I'll review that in the year 2020.
He did review that in the year
Color
2020.
Dreams, for whatever reason, decided they wanted to start doing Bible games.
I can't
now under the
believe.
name Wisdom
I
Tree.
can't fucking
Essentially, they were
believe.
recycling
I
some
used
of
to
their old
I
Color
used to
Dreams
listen
games
to
as
him
Crystal
say that
games.
and go
For
like,
example,
man, he probably
we
won't
have
even be
Men's Beach,
around
which
in
turned into Sunday Fun
2020.
Day. Let's check
And
it
lo
out.
and behold,
So
we're
this
in
is Men's
2025 and they
Basically,
still
you're
make
some
angry
kid
video
on a
game nerd
skateboard trying to
episodes.
rescue some girl. It's plagued by god-awful control, a pathetic attack range, and the most annoying level design I've ever seen. But the most interesting thing about this game is that between each level, you see your girlfriend begging you to rescue her, and each time, her clothes gradually disappear. The first time playing this, I didn't even realize what was happening. She says, "I've been here so long, my clothes are starting to rot." Seriously, that's the only explanation. I think she would die of starvation before her clothes would rot. But the funny thing is that it's a strangely effective way to get you to play the game, because just for curiosity's sake, it makes you wonder how much of her clothes are going to come off. It's like, hey, we got this horrible, shitty game, but there's a girl taking her clothes off, so you gotta keep playing. How did this turn into a Bible game? Well, let's find out. Here comes Sunday Fun Day. It might interest you to know, this is actually the last game ever made for the NES, and it was as late as 1995. Oh, no, there's 3 games! Oh boy, well, let's try them all. Here's Fish Fall. Okay, you're a hand trying to grab falling fish and throw them up into a floating basket. What does this have to do with the Bible? What does catching parachuting fish and throwing them up at an electric eel have to do with the Bible? Oh, okay, it's got some Bible verses thrown in. Now it makes perfect sense. Okay, let's try For Him. What? It's karaoke? Oh, please. Now that I've wasted my time with all that, let's play Sunday Fun Day. Well, it's identical to Menace Beach. Just look at the title screens. It's the same exact game. Now, there are a few minor differences, but we'll get to them as we go. Instead of trying to rescue your girl, you're not even going to believe this when I tell you. You're trying to get to Sunday school. Yeah. Now, as much as that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard for a game, what I don't understand is why that's so difficult. Who are these raging atheists that don't want you to go to church? It's bad enough that the entire town's trying to stop you, but what's with the flying clowns, the old ladies coming out of boxes, and animals coming out of sewer holes? What's this guy's problem? Like, why does everyone want him dead? I'd say he's having quite a day. And the funny thing is, he probably gets to church and doesn't even mention it. Like, oh, what'd you do on this Sunday morning before church? Oh, well, I flew on a balloon that I got from some clown, and then I went through the sewers and beat up a bunch of plumbers. I hopped on some frog and bounced around on a bunch of springs and shit. Then I threw a bomb and blew some guy's fucking face off. Yeah, look at the face. Ooh, God, that's so violent. Now, instead of the stripping chick, you get this annoying bitch who does nothing but nag you. Get your ass to Sunday school. The only other thing I've noticed that's been changed are some of the enemies. Ninjas are now kids, and these Elvis-looking guys are now plumbers. Maybe ninjas were too violent, and Elvis's devilish rock and roll was too much for a religious game. But everything else fits perfectly fine. Why does a bird come out every time you kill someone, and why do they turn from white to black? Kind of like a reverse Michael Jackson. Your attack is so pathetic. It seems you have to keep skating past people while tapping the button, and I never figured out the right timing. It's just luck whether you hit them or not. What are you supposed to be doing anyway? Just spinning around? Look at this. I'm still trying to hit this guy. Finally. Oh, fuck. Another real piss-off is that it keeps going dark. Seems like I'm running into that problem a lot with games lately. It's so annoying. You have to keep hitting the switches to keep the room bright. Oh, come on, get the damn switch. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, man. I really hate those springs. All I'm trying to do is go down and to the right, but I can't make it. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, God. When you don't want the springs to bounce you around, they do. And when you want them to, they don't. What the fuck? Why didn't it bounce me? There's also these squares that make you fall through the pipes. I don't know what that's about. Some enemies you can only kill with bombs, and trying to get them to stand near a bomb is ridiculously hard. Come on. Of course he's not going to come near it. Okay, there. Perfect. He's laughing. He's got 2 bombs ready to blow, and he walks away. Okay, there's another one. Of course, he goes right past it. Oh, there he goes. Fuck. Okay, look at this. This is nice. I'm stuck. I need a balloon to fly over the hole, but I need to go back to get the balloon. Too bad I can't jump high enough, so it's time to commit suicide. Here's the problem. This little ledge shouldn't be here. It's pointless because once you're there, you're stuck. Oh, fuck. Get me away from the bombs. I hate those fucking springs. Gah! Oh, got lucky there. I hate those fucking things. They're the worst. Damn! Oh, this game is so annoying. Look at this. I got trapped in some sort of pipe. There's no way down. What I'm trying to do is get on the floor and go under it. But there's a fucking spring that comes up. Then there's that damn switch making it go dark. I get bounced all over the place. Man, just get down there. Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck.
What do you mean practice? I mean, like, I need to buy a fucking PC 98 or figure out how to, like, get the software running.
Bounce on a bunch of springs. Some bounce you up and some bounce
That would be the episode, is trying to do it. But that's like a far off fantasy right now. Because I'd have to find a PC 98 to buy, find out how it works. Because I did not use computers a lot before operating systems were a thing. Like I didn't have a lot of experience with DOS. Like I'm old, but I'm not that old. I'm like just young enough to where by the time I was using a computer, we were on like Windows 95 and like 98.
Alright, well, that's enough with that one. It's time to wrap things up. I got something to blow the lid off the crap
But the whole
barrel.
point
Time
of
to
that
flick
would
the
be
shit
getting
switch,
the
turn
shit
up the
to actually do it.
dial. It's Bible games on CDI.
And I don't
Yeah.
know where to
We're living
get
on
the
edge.
software.
We're living on a prayer.
You know, like...
First, we have Moses.
You know, maybe I could... that is something I'd be open to the idea of emulating. Or like running through like something like a I've been told that there's a PC 98 core for the Mister, and I guess that also means that you can use the software with it and not just play games.
I'm an
But
idol
like,
worshipped by many.
I've never ever seen anyone do it.
What is it, a robot?
Well, I'm sure someone maybe uploaded the software somewhere as like on like the Internet Archive or something.
Moses trusted God. He knew that no matter what, God would take care of it.
I'm sure I could like import it or whatever if it was that hard.
In the time of Moses, a sacrifice might be an animal like an ox.
Then you have the Bible, which is
But like, yeah, the whole process would be just
then you have the playroom. The first
just getting it up and running.
It's just a bunch of karaoke.
You know. Honestly, I know there's a bunch of them. There's a fuckload of them. There's like, Rad sent me a list a long time ago, and there's like well over like 10 to 20 of them.
Then there's a slider puzzle. Nothing to say about that.
So like,
then there's the coloring book, and this is where things become really ass.
That would be the difficulty, is not only doing that, but then also getting finding out how I could digitize inputs.
Then there's this connect the dots bullshit.
Because I refuse to draw with a mouse and keyboard. That would be literally impossible, and I don't know if PC 98 would like accept scanned in like does it like, that's how much I don't know. Does like, would it even accept like a JPEG of like a scan? Like if I did like a paper drawing and then like scanned it, like it's a lot of questions in the air, and I think it's the same reason why the Paper Mario episode that I wanted to do also kind of got put on hold, because I have no fucking idea
That'll send him back.
It doesn't make much
how
sense
to know what they actually used to make that game's graphics.
The last game, Story of Sansom, has a game called Riddler's Race. So was the Riddler in the Bible? I didn't know that. So basically, you're a harpist on your way to play the harp at Sansom's wedding. But there's a bunch of people after you, and if they catch you, you have to answer a Bible riddle. Yep, that's it.
Alright, well, I think I'm done. There's not really any more Bible games, or at least ones that actually qualify as games. There's one on Game Boy called the King James Bible. It's extremely rare, but all it is literally the whole Bible on a Game Boy cartridge. So I'm going to draw the line right there. So have a happy holidays and all that good shit. Merry Christmas to all, and all a good fucking night.
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry
But yeah,
video game nerd is
the setup and like the logistics of that is gonna be, that would be the whole episode pretty much. I mean, if I would want to go over like the art technique and stuff as well, but half of the battle is gonna be getting to the starting line. Because a lot of problems I have with modern people trying to do old art shit is a lot of times they just kind of try to like use modern programs to fake it, and it don't look good. It don't look that good, and it make me upsetty spaghetti. Because it always just looks off. But people go, wow, it reminds me of this time. You really are like, but it's like, but no, it's wrong. It's wrong. Do it right or don't do it at all.
Chappelle said it best. He made Thriller.
Back then, there weren't too many video games where you can play as a celebrity. So that's why
I'm not even talking about like
based off the arcade game of the same name, which is
you would have to study.
It was one of the first
you would literally have to. You'd have to like, because the other thing too is that a lot of people don't realize is that PC 98 games have color limits. But like, okay.
Moonwalker
All right.
was one of the first Genesis games I ever played.
But like,
at the time, I thought it was awesome. But
here,
other than
I
the
will pull up
novelty
one that I've had on
of
my
Michael
desktop for
Jackson,
forever,
there wasn't
because
really
it blows my
anything
mind every
special
time I
about
look at it. Here we go.
The only question is, are you bad? Are you bad?
Where the fuck is it?
Let's find out. As it begins,
Oh,
Michael
no.
flips a coin in the jukebox and Smooth Criminal starts up. So all you do is go around, kick fairy dust at people, and rescue kids. Yeah, you can't advance the next level until you get all the kids.
Hang on, I gotta.
Now, I know what we're all thinking here, but really, that's all it is. You're just rescuing the kids.
I gotta figure out how to zoom in and out.
But who are these kidnappers, and why are there so many kids? Why do they all look the same? And why do you have to open doors, look in windows, and spin bushes open to find them? Couldn't there be a better way? That's the main problem I have with this game, is how redundant it is. You can't skip any doors, because if you go through the whole stage and miss just one kid, you have to go back.
Oh, why?
And of
Why
course,
did
you're
it
not
just
gonna
suddenly?
remember which door you didn't open, so you got to open them
Oh,
all again.
okay. Well,
You have no choice but to
there we
stop
go.
and
I guess
check every
it
single
worked.
door, every single
But
window,
like,
and leave no stone unturned.
you look at this,
Quite
right?
Literally. Most of the later stages don't
And
even
you
follow
zoom
a
in
linear
and you
pattern.
realize
They don't go from left to right or
that
top
they're
to
using
bottom.
color
They're all over
harmony
the place. So
because
you're
they can
always
only
getting
use
confused
so
with
many
the spots
colors
you already checked.
to do
There's one
shit.
stage where you're checking cars.
And
You're
it's like the
often at
most
bottom of
amazing
the car
fucking
that you
shit you've
can't
ever seen
avoid.
in your
You
entire
don't even
life.
need to get hit by the explosion. The bomb itself
Like, this is
hurts you.
more
You
painterly
get to check the same
than
car
any
twice.
digital
There's another
fucking
bomb.
painter
You have
shit
no
that you'd
choice
see
but to check
today
every car.
in
So
modern
you really
day
have to avoid the bomb,
purely
if you
because
play
it
the
was
game
of
so
the
many times,
limitations.
you can actually remember which cars
Like,
have
it is
kids and which ones
beautiful
have
in
bombs.
its
I'm also not
inability
very fond of the
to
kick, because if you're not under
just
shooter,
do
then
whatever it
doesn't
wants.
help. Like these spiders.
Like, it
Or even
like
these dogs.
you can see
Such a
like
bitch.
the same blues and stuff in the shadow and on the swimsuit to suggest reflected light. Like this specific image from whatever the fuck game this is, you know, content withstanding, blows my fucking mind every time I look at it, because it is absolutely amazing.
Why would they put that in a game? How could they put that in a game?
But then also there's things like, you know, how did they achieve these like patterns? And I can tell you for a fact they did not fucking hand do these. This is an actual from an actual PC 98 game. Like this is from something. This is one I downloaded on Tumblr many years ago.
And I mean a lot of it. You can make everybody dance, which takes out everyone on the screen. But what's the point of doing that?
Way before like fandoms start, arguably that was the start of when like aesthetic fandoms started becoming a thing. But this is actually from something, and it blows my mind.
There's also an invincibility.
Throw it in reverse search. All right. Hang on.
A shooting star comes by. It's act fast enough to touch it. This happens.
Do I still have a Google search option? I'll try Yandex or something.
Oh man, he just changed from Michael Jackson to Mecha Jackson, the king of Robopop. It's enough that you're invincible for a brief moment, but you can fly, you can shoot lasers, and you can scatter bombs all over. This is one of the most awesome things I've ever seen.
Okay.
Only problem, you can't rescue kids. I guess they don't respond too well to giant laser shooting robots.
According to this image board,
Pain in the ass.
it is from a video game called Star Platinum.
If you didn't know that, you're kind of screwed. Every stage seems to have its own rules, but it's never self-explanatory. It took me a while to figure out that I needed to go down these sewers. At first, I thought they were just part of the scenery, because when you push down, nothing happens. You have to know to do the spin.
Oh my god.
Each stage, after you find all the kids, you have to fight a boss. But rather than the boss just simply appearing, Bubbles comes in and tells you where to go. So naturally, you just follow.
I'm gonna go ahead and
sometimes he points straight up or straight down, and you can't go that way, so you're never sure exactly where you're supposed to go. Finally, when you get to the
paste
spot,
that
the boss appears,
in
runs
chat.
away, and then a bunch of bad guys come out. You gotta fight.
But yes,
it's just like a little endurance round.
the PC 98.
Right
this is probably some of my favorite artwork, because you know, like,
there's no enemies.
It's a lot of it's cool, but like not all of it is made equal.
Just walking to the boss.
But this is like holy fucking shit levels of like being able to like utilize your tools.
Keep on going till you get there. It's a waste of gameplay. What's the point? Also, it's very specific where you have to stand. Like here, the boss didn't come out just because I was on this platform. I have to be on the ground. Also, this boss guy that keeps running away, even though you don't fight him, you can still take damage if you touch him. Here, I'm just
like, I'm not even horny. I'm just kind of like fucking blown away.
Oh, here he is. I didn't expect that. Hey, I can't.
All right, but speaking of being horny, I have to get back to work.
This is bullshit. God, jeez. And when you die during the boss part, you don't start right where you left off. You have to start with Bubbles again. What's the point of having to walk all the way to the boss again? Where's the thriller music? Instead, it's another part of me from the Bad album. Why would they go through the trouble of including a graveyard scene in a Michael Jackson game and not use Thriller? I guess if you do the dance move, you'll hear it. No? That's the Thriller dance, but where's the music? Only if I do the dance in stage 3-3, I get a different song, Billie Jean. Apparently, some copies of the game have Thriller and others don't. That makes no sense. At this point is where the game starts to get really hard. Look at all these zombies. You think there's enough? And that's really fair considering I can only attack one side at a time. The dance doesn't help because even if you wipe out every zombie on the screen, there's still like 10 times more on the way. So draining half your energy isn't worth it. Holy shit, there's so many zombies. So many zombies. Oh my god, there's like, stop. Oh, holy god, there's so many. Oh my god.
Yo, what up, Brad? Really? They are still? That's amazing. I wonder if they're still doing... They're probably not using these programs anymore. But, like, oh my god. Zelon Zusks. Zitter. Z5 fo fum. I detect the stench of Zitter artist cum. Holy shit. Well, I suppose that's good.
I fucking hate this game. And to begin with, I didn't really expect much. Milon's Secret Castle. If you don't know who Milon is, well, he's the guy from Milon's Secret
shitty
Castle.
asshole.
It's a humble game. It's not Mario or Mega Man or Michael Jackson. It's just Milon or Milan or Milan, whatever. Who cares? So it may not be one of the most famous NES titles that everybody owned in their collection. No, this was the kind of game you rent from the video store one weekend. You play it for about 5 minutes, you get stuck, and then your whole weekend is wasted.
It's disappointing because this looks like an okay game. It's just a side-scroller where you're trying to rescue a princess. Basic stuff. The first thing that bugs me is the weapon. Why bubbles? Why not a sword or magic lightning bolts or fireballs or a gun or undefined pixelized
But that's cool.
pieces of shit? Fucking anything but bubbles. What is this game for little girls? Besides,
But yeah,
they suck.
PC98 art is one idea I had. Anime mid 2000s, like pre Clip Studio, and like I hate the word anime core, but like, you know, fucking anime core.
As soon as you release
Like we're talking like OS Tons and like
he doesn't gain momentum the way Mario does.
early like image board style
than 30
anime
seconds into the game,
illustration,
you come to a
like
point where you can't
like
go any
visual
further.
novel
You can
boom.
jump till the cows come home. You will
Like
not
sort of
get up there.
It's called
That's
gal
when
game
you either
coloring,
shut the
Gyadu
game
game.
off or discover that you can use bubbles to break open
But that's
stones.
one that's
There
been
you
really
go.
important to me,
You
especially
also have
since
to
someone
break
already
stones
did
to
it
find
and they
money,
fucking
keys,
nailed it.
Everything.
They did
Literally,
so good.
Nothing is in plain sight. But the real annoying part, you can't tell which stones can be broken.
So I've been can't. Importing a
In
bunch
good
of
game
books
like Zelda, there's always
in
a crack
preparation
in the
for
wall,
that
giving
one
you
since it
indication that
seems
there's something there.
approachable.
But in a bad
But
game like this, you have no choice but to just
the
blindly
next
shoot bubbles at everything you see. And you know what that's like? Yeah, you do. That's like in Simon's
the
Quest,
next
where you have
art
to
lab
throw holy
is going to
water at
be
What's the point? There's no thought
about
process. You're
it's
just
going to be a
blasting
lot
away
easier
blocks.
on
Same
me
way the
than
game's blasting
something like
away all
any
your
of those
fucking brain
ideas,
cells.
which is kind
But
of
even
more of a
then,
deep
it
dive.
doesn't take much longer to find out that you're stuck. I'm going to give you a little tour. Here's the first part of the game. You can explore the whole outside of the castle, but you can't go up to the second level yet. For now, all you have is 3 doors and a window. The first door leads to a room that has nothing interesting. The only thing
and then
interesting
I've got one more video
is
other
a
than
bunch
the
of
other
money.
big
But how
video
the
I
hell
want to
do you get
do,
over there?
and it's
like the
arcade
game
stuff.
Is deliberately taunting you.
I got
hey, you want
that
money,
and
don't you?
the
You
third
want that
art
money.
lab.
Yeah, you want that money? You want that money? Yeah, well, fuck you. You
which
can't
is
have
going to
it.
be about
So you blast a bunch of blocks, find a key,
gotcha
and then make
stuff
a
a
door
little
appear
bit.
by shooting in the thin air.
In a way.
So
I'm
you
trying
use the
not to
key
spoil it,
go
but
in the door, and after all that
because it's going
where does
to
it lead you? Back out the same door you
it's
came.
going to fill people with
So
shock
the
and
whole
horror.
point of that first door
I've talked to
is
Rad about it
a
though,
complete waste of
but it
fucking
will
time.
also
The second door is
elicit
the
some
shop.
audience
There's only one
participation
item
as
for
well,
sale,
depending
shrink
on
potion. Shrink when you touch the glove. What glove? Oh, this glove? A fucking boxing glove that makes you shrink? Sure, whatever. Then he also gives you hints, like a crystal has mysterious powers. And find
if
a
people
saw.
want to participate.
Okay, so how does that help me? Now I know I'm looking for a saw. Obviously, if I find something that resembles a saw, I'm gonna get it anyway. Then we go in the window. Here, there's just an empty room. There's nothing except for a door. And you can't go in the door, of course. Is it locked? Do I need a key? The game doesn't even have the courtesy to let you know.
I'm surprised, Rad, that you would be,
Third and final door leads to
because
another
we do
room.
not have a
I'd
ton
like
of
to point out
crossover
here
in our
that
I mean, we
once you
kind of
enter a
do.
room,
That's a
you can't
lie.
go back out.
But
So
we
basically, you're
there's a
trapped
very
and have no
crucial
choice
element
but
that
to
that
persevere.
episode will
You
feature
gotta
that I know
find
we
the
are
door.
split
It's
on.
mindless enough that you have to shoot bubbles into thin air for the door to appear, but look how specific it has to be. I shoot the bubble right where the door is. Nothing happens. I gotta shoot just one space above it. As long as the bubble goes where the door
I might be
is,
memory
why
holing
does
you
it
with someone
matter?
else though.
But
Then
even then, the door's locked, so you gotta find the key. Even if you know where the key is, making it appear is another story. I know it's there. Why doesn't it show itself? If I wander away and goof around a little more, I'll come back and there it is.
But
I
yeah,
still
we'll work on
don't
that after
understand
this.
How to make the key appear. Basically,
basically,
what the game is
like,
telling me, in order to get the door and key, you just gotta waste enough time. Then where's the door lead? Right back out the same fucking
how do
door
I
came
like?
in.
So the next video I want to
The
work
whole
on is that
objective of
arcade
that
one,
room is just
because
finding
I'm
your way back
almost
out.
done with
Why
it.
couldn't the action just be where
I
started
think
to save
I've
all the trouble?
somehow
Everything
pinpointed the
is a dead
problem.
end. How did they design a game
somehow.
where all you have are two doors that lead to rooms that lead back
But
to the
I
same
also
doors?
don't know.
It's a maze that has no
But
end.
there is an
That's
issue.
when you need the power. Nintendo
But I've
power.
found
It's like
the
you wanna know
issue.
how to
I
beat the
think.
game? Well, you gotta buy our
I think
magazine, you dumb little shits.
the table is
This is the
acting up because
classified
it's a power
information
draw
section.
thing.
Usually this is all about cheats. Go 13, stage
And I think
select,
I just need to
spy
have
hunter,
someone
start
other
with
than
all
me look
weapons,
at it.
Wizards and Warriors, bypass the wizard. Mario 2, shortcuts to Birdo. Milon's Secret Castle, getting started. That's not a cheat. That's just how to play the fucking game. The basic rules of the game needed Nintendo power. That is some
But yeah,
fun.
basically, like the next art lab, if you were not on board with the concept from the Yagi video, you are going to basically run screaming after this one.
But where do you get the spring shoes? First, you shoot out these blocks.
You will have
the one block
you will
that
have the
has break.
opposite of a good
That
time.
alone is almost impossible to find out. At first, you don't
Essentially.
realize that you're able to push the block because it takes like 3 seconds to happen. And it doesn't look like Milon's pushing, he's just running against it. But that's not all. Then you have to shoot the empty space where the block used to be. A secret door appears, and in there you can buy the spring shoes.
And it's
How can it be a
probably
secret
I'm
if
kind of a
it's
little
something you
terrified to
absolutely
make
need
it.
to do in order to advance with the game.
But
You
I
gotta
think I need
explore
to.
every last inch of the whole castle. If
Because
you break
I
it down to every
have
space that could possibly be a hidden door,
I feel
that's
like
about
I've waited
240
to
spaces per
express
screen.
myself in
And
certain
if you
ways
count
with
all the
art for
blocks
too
that could be
long.
in need of moving, let's say 120. And it's roughly 4 screens per room. That's a total of 2,880 bubbles you gotta throw just to get through the first level of the castle. Wow. So once you have all the items you need, you go back to that empty room, and now there's the first boss. This is when you start to realize how fast your energy can be drained. In most games, when you get hit, you blink, becoming immune to damage for a brief time. But in this game, you can be killed almost instantly. When you beat the boss, an orb comes down. What is this, Castlevania? Do I gotta throw an oak stake at it? So then you advance to the second level of the castle. Here, the mystery and confusion only accelerates. There's a well that's totally dark and a room that's full of deadly fire. You never know where you're supposed to go first. So what do? Get the power. In this issue, there's a section in Counselor's Corner where gamers' questions are answered. Why Counselor's Corner? Because you're gonna need counseling after you're done with this shit.
Alright, so let's see what it has to say. What the hell?
I was just standing outside the castle minding my own business when lightning bolts started coming down. Isn't this supposed to be the safe spot? Imagine if any other game had that. If you're like on the overworld or map screen and then all of a sudden shit starts attacking. At least it has a pause feature. So you need a lantern to go through the dark room. You need a fireproof vest to get through the fire room. You gotta go through secret walls, some of which require shrinking in size. Now I'm really losing my patience. This princess can go fuck herself. So here's the second boss. Looks like a giant turd that's been run
doing
over by a
okay.
steamroller. Alright, come on, you piece of shit. Oh, fuck. I'm dead. What? The title screen? Oh, come on. You gotta be able to continue. What?
You go back to the beginning? No continues? No extra lives? What is this? You die one time, you go back to the beginning of the game? That is the greatest offense to the world of gaming. And you don't even start with full energy. Like, at least have one or the other. There's gotta be a code. Let's check this out. So, there is a continue code. Hold left and push start. Well, that's really simple, but if you didn't know that, you'd be screwed. Milon's Secret Castle. More like Milon's shitty asshole! It looks like it could have been a good game, but instead, they were just fucking jerking off. I can't believe Hudson put their brand name all over this. You can find the Hudson B, and there's letters that spell Hudson. So I guess by sneaking their name in here so much, they must have been really proud of this game. And so am I, because it killed more brain cells than I could possibly imagine. The whole game
Poor
is
Hudson.
based on secrets. But there's a difference between secret
They're
and
not
just
around
fucking
anymore.
impossible. Fuck this game!
Poor Bumberman. Poor Mario Party. Maybe that's a game we'll play on stream. Fucking Mario Party. Alright, let's wrap this up because I gotta pee. I really gotta pee, actually. Oh, fuck. We still have to do her little fucking walkie-talkie box thing. God damn it. You know what? I'm gonna call an audible and not have it. Because, like, this Miku didn't. I need another blue layer. Because my drawing kind of changed. Actually, shit, I don't want to rush. I'm gonna pee real quick.
Atari. Ah, yes. A name so dear.
Did you buy it? Did you buy it? Holy shit! I will await the answer for when I return from the pee.
But life was simple. Atari was the prime innovator in video arcades, home
Oh my god, the man did it. He fucking did it.
Oh boy!
See, I was fucking... Oh, you bought the battle pogs? Oh. Oh. Those seem cool though too. Enough. Stop.
Home computers and home video game consoles. The Atari 2600 revolutionized the game industry. It made popular the use of changeable cartridges and plug-in controllers. The games were primitive and choppy, but back in those days, they were fascinating. But then there came competition. The Odyssey 2, Intellivision, ColecoVision, everybody was trying to take advantage of the video gaming craze. It wasn't like today where you have a choice of only 3 consoles. Back then, there were so many fucking video game systems that made your head spin. Also, there wasn't any way to know which games were good and which games were bad, so consumers were alienated by an overblown market. So Atari made another console, the 5200. It replaced the TV game switch with
the
an automatic
Jaguar.
switch box. It also tried to eliminate the use of wires by plugging the AC adapter directly into the switch box. But that only made it more confusing. The controllers had a pause button, which was new at the time, but the joysticks were faulty and unreliable. What it all came down to, the 5200 was an oversized piece of shit. I made a whole video about it. That's how much that sucks.
Wait, how was that not on the list? Did I not? Oh, I must have skipped it. I think I started probably from like a certain episode.
Ushering in a new generation of gaming. Atari threw their hat in the ring again with the 7800. This one resolved all the issues with the 5200. The controller ports allowed you to use the same controllers as the 2600, and it was also backwards compatible with the 2600 games. The 7800 games featured better graphics, but didn't have much to offer in comparison with Nintendo. So, once again, it bit the dust. Afterwards, Atari stopped naming their consoles after numbers and instead started naming them after cats. The Atari Lynx was the first handheld console that was in color, but it found itself sandwiched between the more successful portable game systems, the Nintendo Game Boy and Sega Game Gear. Though the Lynx was pretty cool, gamers found it to be a little bulky, even with the Lynx 2, the new design model. The Lynx 1 took more batteries and drained them faster than the Game Boy. Also, it didn't have the same third-party support as the others, so it lost again. Meanwhile, Nintendo and Sega were in steady competition, but whether anyone preferred the NES library games or the Sega Genesis games was a matter of opinion. However, the debate amongst the fans and Sega's marketing campaign came down to one simple fact. The Genesis was 16-bit and the NES was only 8.
This started a little trend I like to call the Bit Wars. Nobody ever talked about bits before that, and nobody ever talked about bits since. And what are bits anyway? Nobody knew, they're just bits. Try explaining that to your parents. Oh, I want a Super Nintendo for Christmas. Don't you already have a Nintendo? Yeah, but this one's 16-bit. What's that? I don't know.
Other than it meaning the graphics were better, that's all we cared about. But the Bit Wars brought down our sense of gaming to numbers. People began to care more about the graphics and less about the actual
Oh,
gameplay.
man.
It was to the point that some consoles even used the number of bits in their name, like the TurboGrafx 16 and the Nintendo 64.
But in 1993,
Did you make the offer on it yet, though?
Remind us that bits aren't everything. It was the Atari Jaguar, and it was announced as the first 64-bit game system. We were like, damn, 64? That's like 4 times the bits. Even the official advertising slogan said, do the math.
Payday is on Wednesday. Same. Do you only get bi-weekly or do you get weekly?
But beyond
I'm very fortunate. I get weekly. But I realize that most people don't these days.
Found a mediocre library of games and graphics that
Because
fail
companies
to
like to
impress.
scrimp.
The controllers
I
were
guess it
huge,
saves
and they
them
had
on
keypads,
payroll.
much like the ColecoVision and Intellivision. And like those, there were overlays, which sometimes come in handy, but for most
You work
games,
for a big
they're
company, so
unnecessary.
bi-weekly, that
The
sucks.
cartridges don't have end labels, so I had to make my own. Seriously, is there any good reason not to have end labels?
Oh yeah, that's true.
I
Just
guess
the
it's
volume
nice
of
to have these
people
weird
as well
handles.
probably
What's the
just
point? Do I
takes
really
so
need that
much
extra
time.
grip? None of the other top-loading consoles had
That's
that.
that's
So,
probably
oh,
the real
God,
reason,
I
if I'm
can't get
being
the game out.
honest.
Oh, God, I need a handle. Man, I just can't get a grip. Gotta have a handle. And speaking of top-loading consoles, notice how they all have a door. That's to protect from dust. That's a good thing. But the Jaguar doesn't have that. Why not? But before I can review any games, we need to discuss the graphics. This is Zool 2. Now, without criticizing the game, it's a typical side-scroller, but look at it. The graphics don't look any better than Sonic the Hedgehog, and that was 16-bit. Maybe a bad choice of game, so let's give it the benefit of the doubt and try something else. Brutal Sports Football. Another okay game. Once again, the graphics aren't too impressive. Where'd the other 48 bits go? Let's try Checkered Flag. This
There we go.
showcases the graphic capabilities a
thinking,
little more, just the fact that it
there's
puts you in a
something wrong.
three-dimensional environment. But compared to F-Zero on Super Nintendo, 48 bits less.
Yeah, I was
it's
gonna
still
film the whole
more
thing.
appealing to the eye. Now look at Cybermorph. It's a flying game with polygon graphics. Going back to Super NES one more time.
My problem is,
Star
despite
Fox.
being a
Are we
YouTuber,
missing
this might
something
shock
here?
you.
For a game
I don't
designed
have a
for
proper
64
video camera.
bit, it really doesn't show a whole
I
lot of
I mean that's not true. I have a DSLR,
This caused a lot of debate
but that's
amongst
not
gamers
good
whether
for
or not it
like
really
out
was
and out
64-bit.
footage.
It's a topic that
And I
really
have this
overshadowed
other
the Jaguar
camera
itself,
that's like
but it's something that we just need
like
to get
a
out of the way.
oh god, it was like
Well,
a
we do know
cinema
that
camera,
Atari
but
was
like for
originally
like
planning a
1080i.
32-bit system called the
So it's a
Panther,
little
but decided
dated,
to
and it
skip it
uses
instead. The Jaguar still used a 32-bit graphic processing.
it
unit,
uses these
but
really
the combination
weird
of other
like
processors somehow
memory
added up to
sticks,
64.
and I guess like
Technical
getting
and
a
confusing, but the
or was it
point is,
compact
the
flash? I
Jaguar
don't know,
was
but
a rare
basically like
species,
I
not
looked
built
up what
like
it would
most
cost to
game
get a like
consoles. That
adapter
made it
for
harder
that
for
to
programmers to develop games on
like
it, and as a
SD card,
result, many games didn't utilize its full
and
capabilities,
it would
whatever it
cost
could've
like
been.
fucking
So I've given you a little history
ridiculous
of Atari
amounts
and
of
how it
money.
tried to win the bit wars. Now that we got that out of the way, check in for part 2, and we'll actually play some Jaguar games. Or if you want to be cool, you say play some Jag. Check in for part 2, and we'll play some Jag.
Yeah, but I haven't had a that's actually something I really want work to train me on, is like film and video. Like they asked me about my development and I told them I want to learn a new skill. And that's one of the things I'm going to propose is the other one being 3D modeling. And I think the third one being web, and I kind of really want to push for film and video. I feel like that's going to be the most practical. Because the problem with our web stuff at my work is that we're super proprietary on everything. And it's
Alright, let's play
terrible.
some Jag. We've already established that the graphics weren't much of a leap for 64 bits, but graphics aren't everything. Take a look at Tempest 2000. It's an arcade-style game with a three-dimensional feel. It's really addicting and fun to play. Basically, you're in space with a bunch of 3D shapes, just shooting stuff and collecting power-ups. Funny to think that something so simple happens to be one of the best games the Jaguar has to offer. It even has some good kick-ass music. So kick-ass that there was actually a soundtrack on CD. But what's this monster on the cover? Does that ever happen in the game? Let's check out Alien vs. Predator. It's a first-person sort of survival.
But yeah, I have this like really nice like multi-$1,000 camera, but it's from like 2000 fucking like 9.
It's most fun to play as the Marine because you have a gun.
It's like a Panasonic. It's really cool. Like, we would walk around with it, and we would get, like, stares like, oh, they're filming for the event.
Next up, the big motherfucker of first-person shooters, Doom. This is one of the best console ports of Doom that I've played. It comes as close to the PC version as it gets. But they had to ruin it with one thing. There's no music during the gameplay. Really? Was there any reason not to have music? Did they run out of time? Some might consider it scarier that way, but it would have been nice to have the option. I call this one Silent Doom, so just put on some Slayer and you're all set. So I think I covered most of the real famous Jaguar games, so now let's look at something more obscure. Attack of the
What's that
Mutant
model
Penguins.
of the
Yeah,
Handycam,
the name
though?
alone got my attention.
I'll look it up.
But what the hell's going on? From what I understand, there's a bunch of penguins walking around. They buy tickets and then go into a transformation booth where they become evil mute penguins. And from there, they go to the Doom scale. Yeah, the Doom scale. They jump in the mouth and then appear on the scale. So you gotta stop the penguins by using a weapon. For example, a baseball bat. How do you get the bat? You gotta collect letters that spell the word bat. Where do you find the letters? Inside treasure chest. But how do you open the treasure
God damn it,
chest?
why does
A
it
key,
do that
right?
sometimes?
No, gremlins. Yeah, you collect what they call gremlins, and supposedly you drop the gremlins inside the treasure chest and then it opens. But no, it doesn't open right away. It takes like 10 seconds. The more gremlins you use, the faster it opens. But it doesn't open, it like explodes. When you get the bat, you gotta kill all the penguins, but they don't die. If you
Osmo
Instead, there's a
Pocket
bunch of power
3.
orbs that scatter all over. You gotta get all the power orbs to power up the bats so you
Osmo.
can kill the penguins. But you only kill the penguins wearing hats because the ones that don't wear hats fight the ones that do wear hats. If the mutant penguins on the Doom scale outweigh the regular penguins, the Doom scale starts screaming and going apeshit.
See, the problem is I don't know what's fucking good or not good anymore, because everything is some Chinese dropship
This is the weirdest
piece of
game I've ever
crap.
played. I mean, it's
Oh,
not
God.
bad if you're
The
drunk
Chinese,
or
they got
high
me
or
with the
something,
burp gun.
But how did they come up with this shit? I got it. I could come up with a game like
What's
this.
wrong with
How
you?
about you're a shark and you gotta shake palm trees till trains fall down, and you put the trains in an apple, and then turkeys come and eat the apples, and then the turkeys go up waterfalls, and to get them down, you have to collect monkey butts. So you drop the monkey butts on power lines, and then
But it's on its own gimbal and everything? Damn.
Alright, what's next?
A fighting game, and a really bad one.
Do you get, like, a
Most fighting games
discount?
have a character select screen. In fact, all of them have.
Oh my God!
Not this one.
It's like a
Instead,
$1,000
a
camera!
person sort of thing. You walk around and touch statues to pick your character. It's so awkward. How did they fuck up something as easy as
Holy fuck my ass!
Even worse when playing.
Okay,
with
it's like
one player, you only
$800
get a
at.
choice of playing as two characters.
It's about
You have to
$550
beat
at
the
work.
other
Is that
characters
before or
to
after
unlock
your
them.
employee
That alone
discount?
makes it more of a pain in the ass than it has to be. The game itself is pretty much a Mortal Kombat clone, with every hit making pools of blood fall down, and it even has.
I mean,
death
if it's
moves.
good enough, maybe I'll buy it from
But
you.
it's also one of those games that wimps out by censoring the violence.
Cause like I bought a no discount, just free membership. Aw, poopy butt cock.
But what's the chance of
That
kids not
sucks.
figuring out the code
Yeah,
or
I used to get jokes about that all the fucking time. When I worked at a store that had dollars growing from trees on it. People would say I joke about an employee discount. I didn't get dick.
The attacks are sluggish.
They didn't give
there's
me
not
any
much strategy,
benefits.
and you'll never guess how to do the special moves. You try everything: back forward kick, down forward punch, half circle back punch. You know, the typical.
God,
stuff.
this is
But
taking
none of
way
that
too
works.
long, but it's
So
because I'm
you
trying to
gotta
draw
either
in a
maybe
style
have an
that
instruction
I'm
manual
not
or
fully
go on the
comfortable
internet
with,
to
and
get
I'm
the
also
moves.
getting
You gotta hold
ADHD
the C
distracted.
button. Like instead of down forward
But that's
C,
not
you
your
gotta
guys'
hold
fault.
C
That's
while
just
you
me
do
being
it.
a
Why couldn't it be
a
something more
doof and
common?
doof.
I think one basic
A doof and
important thing
schloof.
in any fighting game is being able to pick it up and play. And the special moves are ridiculous. Like, what is this? He shoots fireballs at his dick? Or maybe it's a gaping flame vagina? Who the fuck knows? Somebody was not right in the head. This game is fucking horrible. But how do you wash down the bad taste of one shitty game with another? Cybermorph. I already mentioned that this one looks worse than Star Fox, but let's give it a chance.
Where did you learn to fly?
What's with this green face? It's disturbing.
Where did you learn to fly?
Stop
Where did
talking.
you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly? Where did you
Every
learn
single
to
time
fly?
you hit something, it
Where
says
did
that.
you learn to fly?
Knock it off.
Where did you learn to fly?
Mountains come out of nowhere.
Where
They
did
just
you
pop
learn
up,
to
giving you no time to react.
Where did you learn to fly?
And when you die, it picks you
Where
up
did
right
you
where you
learn
left
to
off.
fly?
Sometimes
Where
I
did you
complain
learn
about
to
games
fly?
making you start back at the beginning,
Where
but
did
this
you
one
learn
literally
to
puts you
fly?
right back where you are. Imagine
Where
if in
did you
Super Mario
learn to
Brothers you run into a Goomba.
God,
and
it's
die.
leveled
Okay,
so
then what?
perfect. It's
You
like
start
leveled
you right in front of the
perfectly to that
Goomba again?
fucking video.
Where did you learn
That voice just never stops.
Where did you learn to fly?
Up.
Where did you learn? Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn?
Okay, come on. Let's actually do
That's
some
enough
shit
of
here.
that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Gotta get
Oh,
out of my head.
how did I hit eraser?
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn?
I gotta get out of my head.
Where
I
did
gotta
you
get out of my
learn
head.
to fly? Where did you learn to fly?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly? Where did you
Where'd you
learn
learn to be an asshole? Jaguar, I've had all I can take. You're the most fucking... Did you just growl at me? Oh god!
Alright, goddamn. Holy fucking shit. That might have been the hardest one of the three. I really had to, like, kind of think about some stuff.
What do I do? Hey, death kitty, sick him! Yeah, that's the real Jaguar.
You know, I never did her with her fucking trademark little...
Okay, we played a few Jaguar games. We played a sports game, a side-scroller, a first-person
That's why she
shooter,
looks
a
kinda
fighting
goofy.
game, a racing game, and a flying game. We played some good games, some bad games, and overall, makes me want to puke. Like a cat. And then what do? They make a CD add-on. Yeah, the fucking Jaguar CD. There's something about this that perplexes me. You have a game console that not many people owned, so you make an add-on that requires owning the game console. What were they thinking?
It should have just been its own individual game system.
All
Besides,
right.
the fucking thing has its own AC adapter, so that's two. One for the Jaguar and one for the Jaguar CD. And that's some cool looking design. It looks just like a toilet. Yeah, it's a fucking toilet. What a perfect analogy. I would review some games, but there's one problem. Fucking bastard doesn't work. Not even the cartridge slot, so I can't even play my regular Jaguar games while this thing's connected. I tried using different AC adapters, but nothing worked. It simply won't read the disc. So I sent this broken piece of shit to my friend Richard to see if he could fix it. He invented the Nintoaster, a fully functional NES made out of a toaster.
Alright, so how the fuck am I doing the eye, like,
NES,
you know, drawing that was one thing. Now I get to figure out how to do the fucking eyes and shit for it.
Specialty. If he can't fix it, then it's fucked. Here's his diagnosis.
Yes, the Atari Jaguar CD. What a steaming pile of fucking shit that was. I want to make sure there's nothing wrong with the console itself first, just to rule it out. So I plug in a game, push the power button, the Jaguar logo comes careening towards me in the foreground, and after a particularly hilarious fucking startup sequence, I'm playing some Tempest 2000. Whoa! So now I know there's nothing wrong with the console itself. Time to move on to the CD unit. So I plug it in, hook up the additional 47 cables that came with it, push the power button, the logo comes careening towards me in the foreground, snarls, and the red screen of death indicating a connection problem. So, the first thing I did was deep clean every single contact point on both the console and the CD unit. I turned it on, red screen. Then I went back and made physical adjustments to every contact point in both the console and CD unit so it'd make a more solid connection. Turned it on, red screen. Finally, I just said fuck it and directly wired those two sons of bitches together, completely bypassing any and all cartridge ports and ruling out the remote chance of there ever being any kind of connection issue between the two systems. I turned it on and guess what? Red screen! So at this point, I pretty much just gave up and shipped everything back to him, along with a Pong machine, which pretty much just says, I'm sorry man, this thing is just too shitty for me to work on. I think between the flaming fuck you middle finger red screens and getting snarled at the same time, this machine has become self-aware and does not want to be repaired. That is my diagnosis. Richard out.
Well, thanks for trying. And thanks for the Pong console. Would you believe that a 30-year-old Pong console attached to a cell phone adapter would work, but a cutting-edge snarling Jaguar doesn't? There's something wrong here. And you know what? I blew $250 on this thing. So, you know what I did? Bought another one. Yeah. And guess what? It doesn't work either. So that's about $450 total I blew on 2 dead Jaguars. And these things are rare. So when the only 2 that I can manage to get my hands on just don't work, that leads me to believe that these things most definitely are self-aware. They don't want to work. You can't make them. They just refuse to be reviewed. And I've never had that happen. So, the end. I gotta take a shit.
Okay. Time to fucking pass an art kidney stone. Let's go.
This game is fucking horrible! It's fucking horrible! Just thinking about it makes me feel like having an anal evacuation. How a fucking piece of dog shit.
You bunny fucking bitch, I'm coming over, I'm gonna kill you.
Well, it's fucking funny! And this was it. This was your whole weekend, this one game. You didn't have anything else to do.
If they move, kill them. Yeah, shoot them. Shoot them. That's what you do. Kill everybody on the screen. Don't let anybody live. That's what games are all about. You see somebody, you pump their motherfucking ass full of lead. But then came along a game on the Japanese home computer, the MSX2. It was called Metal Gear, and it was a fresh new idea. It was about survival rather than blunt force. Instead of running up and killing everybody, it was all about getting by undetected. It was an epic, revolutionary idea, and it paved the way for the stealth genre. Snake would become one of the classic video game characters, and of course it was one of the most popular names of the 80s, next to Michael. I always think of Snake from Escape from New York, or the wrestler Jake the Snake, and his full name is Solid Snake.
That's funny because Solid Snake is literally just fucking Snake from Escape from New York. Kojima liked the character, it just made it a thing.
Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid
in his game.
2. Could they have come up with a title that sounded different? Like, which one's the real 2? Well, if you want to get technical, the first sequel was Snake's Revenge, but that was only a sequel to the NES version. The original game's developer, Hideo Kojima, wasn't involved in either of the NES versions, so Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake was the first true sequel. But again, it was on the MSX2, so unless you lived in Japan, chances are you weren't aware of it at the time. Metal Gear Solid was basically the third in the series, but it was the first one that most people played because it was on the PlayStation. It was also the first
It's not
one to
working how
utilize
I want
3D
it to.
environments, first-person views, and cinematic elements. Today, there's so many Metal Gear Solid sequels and so many versions of each game, it's out of control.
The point is, today, Metal Gear is a franchise. But forget about all that for just one moment. Pretend that it's 1988 and we don't live in Japan. To our knowledge, the only game is Metal Gear on the NES. I remember renting it from the video store and thinking, wow, that looks pretty cool. But there was something about the cover that was really familiar, which I never realized till now. It's Kyle Reese from the Terminator. Yeah, without a doubt.
It also has the fastest title screen in video game history. Watch how long it stays. Then it goes to the demo. Seriously, it's only up there for 2 seconds. I'll time it. There you go, 2 seconds. It's like the game saying, oh, well, you're not going to push start? Well, fuck you then. So you drop from a parachute, and who the hell are these other 3 guys? I don't even know if you ever see them again. Then you get a briefing from your boss. He says, first attempt to contact missing our gray fox. Great, there's a typo on the first message. So then you walk over, you could either just go up and fight this guy, or wait for him to fall asleep. Or feel asleep. I guess if he feels asleep, that's good enough. But even then, when you go near him, he just wakes up. So what's the difference? Then there's all these dogs. Your first instinct's to sneak by, but look at this. I can't fucking go through. What's blocking me? If you really weren't intended to fit through, couldn't they have put these jeeps closer to the grass? You can only move along a grid, so basically you can't go near anything.
I don't get how this person did that tone.
So I punch out all these dogs, and then I just go to the next screen. Just keep walking down, walking down.
It might be a darker than.
Fuck. What was the point of that? You
It
know what
might
the
be a
point
darker
was? To
than
waste my fucking time.
60L.
Now the dogs are back? Of course, it's the classic respawning enemy bullshit. So I gotta punch the fucking dogs again. You know, who the hell goes around punching dogs? Alright, come on, you mother bitch. Come on. Ugh, damn it. Alright, now I'm gonna get in this truck here. Wow, this truck's the size of a fucking house. And it doesn't make any sense. You stay the same size, so how does the truck get bigger? Oh well, whatever. What's this?
Yeah, it looks like what it should
Alright,
look
gonna
like.
go back out here. What the fuck? That was ridiculous! The enemies respawn if you go in the truck. It's not like I left the screen, it was just a sub area. And once you get out of the truck, you're immediately open to enemy fire. That is so fucking cheap. You wanna play dirty? Alright, fucking goddamn piece of shit. The one thing that's cool, I still have my binoculars, so I don't gotta go in that truck again. Just gonna punch this motherfucker. Die! Asshole. Go to the select screen here, choose the binoculars. Okay, so let's try them out. Alright, I'm using the D-pad. Looks like I'm scanning the environment. Just a little handy way to see what lies ahead, I suppose. Now I'm going back to the select screen, turn it off. Okay. What? You son of a bitch! The enemies respawn if you use the binoculars. You can't do anything. Was this a glitch? Or were the game designers deliberately trying to be fucking assholes? Seriously! And this whole jungle scene wasn't even in the original version. Like, let's see, what kind of stupid shit can we add? Let's take a great game and just dump an ass-load of diarrhea all over it. Now where the fuck am I? It's the same screen being repeated. Is it like in Zelda, where you have to go northwest, southwest? But no, you just go down. Whenever you go left or right, it just takes you back to the same spot. Then let me ask a perfectly legit question. What were they thinking? Why not just have one path? Thanks for tricking me into thinking I'm going somewhere when I'm really not. Alright, you bastard. Come on. Fuck! Oh my god. I gotta go back to the beginning every time. Are there any checkpoints? Am I ever gonna get to continue? And where's my fucking gun? Is that all I get? Just my fist? Oh, I have a pack of cigarettes too. Wow, hey kids, smoke up. The menus suck. Check it out, here's how it works. Select brings up the main menu. Now, select does nothing. B goes back to the game, and A chooses a sub-menu. Now, select goes back to the game, and B now does nothing. and A chooses the items. It's so inconsistent. Until you get used to it, it takes so fucking long to navigate. I'm not trying to find flaws in this game. This is honestly how I felt the first time playing this 20 years ago. I hated it. I wanted to know two things. When do I get a gun? When do I get to continue? I kept dying over and over again, and seeing that first screen so many times left a permanent mental image in my brain for the rest of my life. But once you learn how to get by, you go in the first building, and soon enough you get the gun. Once that happens, the game gets a lot easier. But still, every time you die, you go back to the fucking beginning. But like I said, you get to keep your weapons, so once you have the gun, you're all set. And some of the trucks drive you around, kind of like a warp zone, but you have no control over it. You just step into a random truck and off you go. Uh-oh, the truck have started to move. Man, these translations suck. Couldn't they get anybody to proofread this shitload of fuck? Anyway, each time I play it, I seem to get one step further. But there's always going to be something unexpected. Like that right
I'm not
there.
happy.
How was I supposed to know there'd be
I'm
a
not
trap
happy with
door?
those eyes.
It's all about trial and error. And just because of that, I got to start all over. I've heard that if you use the transceiver, it makes the trapdoor go away. Which it does, but you still die. What the fuck? Anyway, you go around collecting items, key cards, and rescuing hostages. But if you want a chance to read any of the dialogue boxes, you better be careful not to touch the D-pad. Yeah, you know how in most games you can cancel out the text by pushing A or B, or sometimes start, but never the fucking D-pad? Naturally, when you get an item, you're using the D-pad because you're walking toward it. So you have to remember to let go right away. That is some mixed up buffalo bullshit right there. And sometimes the dialogue box can actually get blocked. They can't keep the objects in the game from getting in front of the text? Or maybe it's to hide their inability to proofread. I have located some plastic explosive. This game's a mess. How did they fuck it up so bad? There's so many spots where you just walk into a room and drop dead. Like here, I have to switch on my gas mask. Of course, if I don't realize that, I only have 1 second to react before my health's drained all the way. And then the fucking boss calls and says, I forget to tell you something. You will need your gas mask. Oh, no shit. You're a little fucking late there, asshole. You think you could tell me before I step into the room? Not after? I mean, if I survived long enough to get his message, I would have already figured that out. But you want to know what else sucks about this room? To get in, you need to have your key card selected. Then, right away, you need to select your gas mask. So, unavoidably, you lose some health. And then once again, to get out of the room, you have to select your key card. So, twice you take damage. And as far as I know, there's no way to avoid it. Probably my favorite fucked up part is right here. See this truck? It's too close to the edge of the screen. So if you want to go in there, you have to leave the screen twice. You go right, go up, and go left. What game would ever make you do that? And it's so annoying when people gang up on you. Oh my god. Get off me.
I don't know.
Get off! I can't get them off! Fuck! But anyway, it's a pretty epic game, so most likely you won't beat it in one sitting. That's why there's a password system. But, like you'd expect, it's horrendous. Is there any reason why these passwords have to be so fucking long? Even this would be overdoing it. Why do we need this little extra part? Like, for the love of fuck. Well then, guess what? If you use the password, it starts you at the building where you left off. Why couldn't that happen just by continuing? The whole purpose of having a password is if you turn the game off and want to come back to it later, not just to continue. Imagine every time you die typing in this password. It's either that or start at the beginning, so pick your fucking poison, motherfucker. This game is the fucking crust between your balls. It's terrible, and yeah, I know it's a classic game, but when something's fucked up, it's fucked up. So if you want to rip me a new asshole, that's fine. I have like 12. Yeah, I got a Charlie Brown ghost ass. And it's not just me. Hideo Kojima himself said it slurped anal grease through a warthog's dick hole. Well, he didn't say it like that. He said it wasn't faithful to his original game. The stealth element wasn't there, and Metal Gear wasn't even in the game. Yeah, that's right. The final boss is supposed to be a robot named Metal Gear. So if you're gonna call the game Metal Gear and not have Metal Gear, that's like having Legend of Zelda with no Zelda.
If the original Metal Gear was Kojima's baby, then the NES version is his
I can
deformed
accept it for now.
grandchild. Now, I know, it's still a classic if you look past all its flaws. It's like digging for gold underneath a pile of horse shit. Or perhaps it's a gleaming silver turd. It might not look like shit, but it sure smells like it.
Ah, those eyes are fucked up. Ah,
Fucking sucks!
ah.
Fucking sucks! Fuck! Wow, I just shot down a duck by saying fuck. It's like puking on a pile of shit. I wasted all my time on this shit. I want it back. It ruined my life. Man, fuck this game. Fuck it to hell. Fuck it to oblivion. Fuck it to damnation of mankind.
Well, I'm gonna leave the toning of the rest of the Mikus for a minute because I.
The Magnavox Odyssey was released in 1972, making it the world's first home video game console. So when it comes to going back to the past, you
Okay,
can't go
let's
back
move on.
much more than this. Look at this thing. Looks like a spaceship. What's the top for? The controllers are even stranger. You get a reset button and two knobs.
That's kind of
on the
my
sides. One
philosophy with
vertical,
this. I know I've
one
repeated
move
myself a bunch
horizontal,
about it,
and
but
then one more to do
if I'm
guide
dragging on something,
Tell me,
move
how
on,
are you supposed to
solve
hold
it
these
later.
things? Or do you just put them on a table? The wires are bulky and not flexible at all. They're short too. If you're sitting on your couch, the wires don't reach. However, the wire that connects the console to the
But
TV
let's take a break
is
from the
long as shit.
Hatsune Miku situation.
Alright, I guess you're supposed to play with it on your lap or on the floor. Alright, now we're ready to play some Odyssey. Oh, of course, I forgot one thing. We need a game. These are the
You want to
games.
work on this? Oh, fuck.
Pretty elaborate, right? The titles are the best part. Like, what are some of the games you grew up with? Maybe Wrecking Crew on the NES, or Afterburner on the Sega Master System, or how about Game Number 1 on the Odyssey?
You know what, yeah.
There's
Let's
no
face
power
our
button.
demons.
When you put the game in, the console
Let's go
starts
after
up.
this one.
Pretty efficient, I guess. But half the time, it doesn't
Although
work.
I'm getting the
Gotta keep
jitters,
fucking
so I'm
around
going to
till the
take a
picture
quick
comes in.
break
And
to
after that,
stretch
what
real
do you
quick.
Get? Just a dot or a dash, whatever the fuck you want to call it. The only thing we need now is someone to play with. Sorry, but these are two-player games, so I really don't have much of a choice. Alright, come on out. This is the nerdy turd. Clone them.
I'll be right back. I just want like 10 minutes to like stretch my legs. Alright, sorry about that. My ADHD is kind of flaring up tonight. I got the wiggles. I wanted to get up and dance. Plus, it doesn't help that this drawing, I feel like I want to redraw again as well. Even this one, I feel like I could do better on. Crack a sip. And let's put on the AV jam again.
for my own shit. Alright, nerdy turd. You ready to play some Odyssey? Bet your ass you are. Alright, where you at? Oh, there you are. Whoa, there you are. Oh. Whoa! 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 Woo! Let's play hide and seek, alright? I won't look, okay? Hide somewhere. All right, you ready? Okay. Alright, are you here? Oh, I was close. What are you doing? Oh, I get it. It's like taking a shit. Let me try it. Oh! Let's both do it. Like, go with me. So
See
it's
if
like
I
the
can
shit's
find
getting
some
thinner
good
as it comes out.
stuff to fix this
Oh,
drawing
it
with.
broke off. Let's make a popsicle. Yeah, it's a popsicle. You're raping me. You're raping me. Let's just go all over. Woo, woo. Man, people in 1972 must have been bored out of their minds. You really got to use your imagination because the Odyssey doesn't have sound. And when you think about it, it doesn't have graphics either. Yeah, check out all the stuff that comes with the system. You have chips, cards, dice, a scoreboard, and most important, the overlays. This is the substitute for graphics. They come in two different sizes depending which kind of screen you have. The games themselves are all the same thing, just two dots on the screen, but they're all programmed slightly different. The instruction manual is absolutely imperative because without it, you wouldn't know the right combination, which game and which overlay. Let's try some tennis. You just stick this son of a bitch on the screen here and you're all set. Now isn't that exciting? Yeah, you just gotta make all your own sound effects. You can cheat too. If you turn this little knob here, you can steer the ball. Yeah, that's not fair, is it? We're playing dirty now, motherfucker. When in a tennis game would the ball ever fly around somebody? It's surreal because you can move wherever you want. It's not like you have to stay on your side of the net. So the players have to keep their own rules and their own score. That's right, the game doesn't even keep score. It's a fucking free-for-all. Now let's try the skiing game. All you do is move the light through the slopes. And with these controllers, it's harder than it looks. The only goal is to stay in the lines and see how fast you can get to the end. It's up to the other player to keep time. Now that is what you call a desperate attempt at a video game. Now we have Simon Says.
Alright, whatever.
Just do what the card says and see who gets there first. Simon says go to the wrist. Simon says go to the pet's ear. Now this is some A-class entertainment. Look at the dog's tongue. Oh look, he's got a nuclear boner. Nuclear boner! She's giving birth to a solar baby. Here it comes. It's time for football. And all I can say about this one is that for the first football game on a home video game console, it's fucking horrible. There's a board, a football marker, and pages of instructions to explain it all. You gotta do all kinds of math, calculate the wind and shit. So the hell with that. Hockey, this one's more fun. You just try to drive the puck into the opponent's net. If you keep tapping the reset button, you can change direction. Anything goes in this game. Gotta keep it away from the net. Keep it away from the... Ugh, you bastard. This one's called Anal Logic. Yeah, that sounds fun. It's like the logic of your ass. It's supposed to take place in outer space. You each start on your own planet. I guess maybe your anus and my anus. The idea is to get to the other player's planet by following a pattern of numbers. You figure out the patterns by adding the numbers of the last player's move into some fucking math equation. It might sound like a complete waste of time, but that's because it is. Cat and mouse. In this game, one player's the cat and the other player's the mouse. The cat tries to catch the mouse and the mouse tries to get to the hole. The blue squares are supposed to be furniture, so you have to go around. But there's nothing preventing you from passing through, so naturally both players are going to end up cheating. Besides, why can't the furniture look like furniture and the hole look like a hole? Instead, they're visual representations of what they may have looked like if this game had graphics. But it's an overlay. Draw some fucking furniture. Next is Haunted House, the first horror game. You're a detective going around picking up clues. The second player draws the cards telling you what clue to get. Also, the second player's hiding as the ghost. Oh, there you are. No matter how many times I've read the instructions, I just don't get it. Submarine. Player 2 has to follow a squiggly line and dodge torpedoes fired by player 1. But the torpedo never seems to go in the direction that it should. And whether or not player 1 is supposed to move, I can't even say. It's just you know, yeah, states. Okay, this one's just to name that state game. You draw a card, you move the cursor on the state. But what about the little states? How are you supposed to point at them? I guess you could just point with your finger. This doesn't need to be a video game in any way. I also love how the instructions tells you that Alaska and Hawaii aren't really down there. Hey nerdy turd, did you know that Hawaii isn't really south of Texas? Last game, roulette. For this one, you get out the roulette board, you get out the chips, and you play roulette. The wheel is the overlay. Whoever spins the wheel just closes their eyes, moves the cursor all over the place, and then you just look where it landed. If it goes off the wheel, which it does often, you line it up to the nearest number. But most of the time it goes off the screen, so you're never sure where it landed. If you want to play roulette without blowing money on the casinos, then get yourself a roulette mat and a wheel. A wheel and a ball is all you need, not a sheet of plastic with a glowing square on your TV screen. In conclusion, it just... yeah, you said it. Primitive isn't even the word. It barely qualifies as a video game. Master Shake would say, it's like if I want to play Tetris, I draw it on a flip book and animate it. You might as well be playing with rocks. But to be fair, the Odyssey lived up to its name, an Odyssey being a long and eventful journey. It truly was. For the first video game console, we went skiing, played tennis, went around the world, went to the casinos, went to outer space, submarines, cats and mice, and a haunted house. But there's one thing that makes it badass. Check this out. This is the Odyssey gun. But let's talk about guns. You're all familiar with the Nintendo Zapper, right? Originally it was gray, but later they changed it to orange. It's pretty clear that video game and toy manufacturers have become more sensitive. They don't want to give kids something that looks like a gun. Remember Megatron? He transformed into a gun, but later they gave that orange tip at the end, and then he didn't even change into a gun at all. So now, let's see what the Odyssey gun looks like. Well, the Odyssey doesn't fuck around. I mean, this is what you call a gun. I mean, look at it. It's a gun. It's a fucking rifle. I mean, they could never get away with this nowadays. You could never, ever... It just blows my mind that there could exist a video game console that has a gun like this. Let's try it out.
Got that fucking gif of him cocking the shotgun.
Gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
I remember one time in school, I had an X-Men coloring book, and the teacher looked over and said, X-Men, huh? There's women in there too, aren't there? That's kind of sexist. And I said, well, what's wrong with being sexy? No, I didn't say that. But I've always remembered that because it's a good point. I guess X-people just doesn't sound as good. Well, anyway, here is the NES X-Men. Say that 3 times fast. NES X-Men, NES X-Men, NES X-Men. Well, anyway, with a concept like X-Men, you'd expect a great game. Or at least a fairly decent game. All the characters and powers and shit. How hard could it be? Well, we are doomed from the very start. Take a look. Somebody makes an X-Men game for Nintendo. Why, in the love of fuck, does it have to be LJN. You take one look at that logo and you just know there is no gold at the end of that rainbow, because this, my friends, is the unholy stamp of death. And I'm about to do the unthinkable. I'm about to stick this abomination in my Nintendo. Rather stick your dick in a piranha's mouth.
Here we go, Marvel's X-Men. Is that the official title? The label calls it the Uncanny X-Men. I say screw that, file it under X for X-Men, plain and simple. First, you select a stage. Couldn't there have been something a little more interesting than just plain text? Any other game would have had some kind of visual. Then you select 2 characters. Even if you're playing a one-player game, the CPU feels the need to join the fun. This is the most sensitive select screen in the history of games. You have to gently tap the select button, or else it flashes through all the characters faster than you can say fuck. Here we go. Wow, look at this mess. It's all coming back to me now. This is one of those games I rented from the video store and wasted one of the weekends of my sad, pathetic life. Look at this. Cluttered pixels, scrambled textures, shit flying everywhere. It's a disaster. The characters look like stiff, mangled, colored shapes that barely represent who they're supposed to be. Cyclops looks the same as Storm. All they did was recycle the same character and color them all different. They all play the same too. There's minor differences. Some can take a little more abuse than others or go slightly faster, but these differences are barely noticeable. The only major difference is that some characters shoot and some don't. The ones that don't shoot are stuck with this indefinable lunge attack. Look at it. What is he doing? If you pause it, you'll see it's the same position as when he's walking. It just jabs forward. It's embarrassing. And what character would you pick? Would you pick a character that shoots lasers? Or would you pick a character that just goes around nudging everything? So here's my strategy, and I think you'll agree. You pick a character that shoots, and for the CPU, you pick a character that nudges. Then, as soon as possible, you let the computer get killed. Yes, the sooner that worthless bitch bites the dust, the sooner you can be free. Because the computer does nothing to help. It just wanders around and runs into walls. You end up getting stuck, having to wait for its stupid ass. You could do better if you play the game blindfolded. That's no exaggeration. Clearly, nobody tested this game. How could this have passed? And whatever you do, don't ever give the computer a character with a projectile. Because look, it's like giving a little kid 10 pounds of sugar and a super soaker. It goes ape shit, and it never, ever stops. Oh, thank God. All you want is the computer to die so you can get some peace and quiet. When you're playing the 2-player mode with a real live human being, it's fine. But when I'm by myself, why do I have to pick 2
I have
characters?
too many tabs
It's a
open.
complete waste. The stages are just jumbled bullshit patched together into a disarray of madness. It is a Nintendo game and you're supposed to use your imagination, but had the game been designed well, you would at least know what you're doing. Right here, I can't pass through these tiles, even though they appear the same as all the other tiles around it. If all this clutter at least had some consistency, it would be somewhat acceptable. What's this right here? A hot dog in a bun? Or more like a pig in a blanket? And what's all this? Where am I? Spaghetti zone? Okay, what's happening now? I'm frozen? What the hell?
Spaghetti zone sounds
that's
particularly
nice.
delicious.
Isn't that fair? That's like tying my hands behind my back. And how can I be frozen with a character that's called Iceman? I'd be better off with Iceman from Top Gun. Now what's this shit? A laser barrier? Oh, fuck. I've had enough of this shit.
Well, after that disgrace, I'm happy to say there's an alternative. Yep, another X-Men game on Nintendo. Just called Wolverine. They didn't call it X-Men 2 or anything like that because I imagine they're trying to distance it as much as possible from that other piece of shit. Because the NES deserves one good X-Men game, and I bet this one's going to be much better because after all... What? Are you fucking kidding me? Both of them? They made both of them? God. You'd think with a franchise like X-Men, they'd give somebody else a try. I don't want to play this. I really don't want to play this. But I might as well get it over with. It's like getting a needle. Might not be too pleasant, but it'll be over before you know it.
This is the Wolverine title screen. Looks promising, and here's the game. Well, it's a side-scroller, and as you may predict, you can only play as Wolverine. That's fine. I'd rather have one character done well than have a bunch of shitty characters that are all the same. Wolverine looks more defined. When he punches and kicks, it actually looks like it. So we're almost there. But isn't there something missing? Something you'd expect Wolverine to attack with? His claws, right? Yeah, well, the select button brings out the claws. From there on, you can just slash everybody like you'd expect. You may be wondering, why in the hell would you not want to have the claws out the whole time? Well, guess what? I'll tell you. Every time you use your claws, it drains your life. So that kind of defeats the whole purpose, right? So just forget the claws. It would be nice to use them, but you can't. The ducking is incredibly delayed. When you push down, it doesn't just duck like any other game. It goes into this little animation. It's unnecessary, and it makes it hard to avoid getting hit by something. For power-ups, we have burgers. Yeah, what else could they be? They're fucking burgers. And we also have bottles, which could be anything, but I'm gonna assume they're beer. That sounds about right. It's an X-Men barbecue, burgers and beer. Oh, fuck you. How cheap is it to put the burger right on top of a propeller? What's up with the vocabulary?
Oh my god, I just realized I drew her glasses completely fucked up in this one frame.
But now, it's time for the enemy roll call. We have green rotary dial telephones, Silver Surfers in flying wheelchairs, Silver Surfers air guitaring, John McClane from Die Hard, the Green Reaper throwing skulls, Frankenstein monsters wearing metal masks with visors like Geordi from Star Trek, and Bubbles. The hit detection is so bad. I try to punch the bubble, but I can never hit it before it hits me. Don't mean to burst your bubble. The boulders are another thing that's a pain in the ass. They deliberately follow wherever you go. Not only is it annoying, but it doesn't make any sense. Are these boulders self-aware? Do they know where you're standing? Or is there an evil elf inside the hole chucking shit down at you? The levels are designed to be as frustrating as possible. There's so many times when you need to jump down, not knowing if you're going to land on a platform or just fall to your death. You just got to take a shitty guess. When you get hit, there's no recovery time either. One simple mistake can drain all your life in only a matter of seconds. It's as cheap as it gets. The graphics are okay, but uninspired. These platforms remind me of those things from the casino stage in Sonic 2. You go around jumping on hoverboards and these things which look like blue candy canes. But the swimming stage is when I really start to lose my mind. It's confusing at first that you use B to swim, when in most games it would be the same button you use to jump. But the hard part is when you have to dodge these little propellers. It's worse than Ninja Turtles, where you can't touch the electric seaweed. But that's not enough. They have to send bubbles after you too. Look at this. It's fucking impossible. Almost dead. Gotta get the beer. Ugh! Had it up to my ass.
I wonder
with
if
this
we
piece
could
of
make
shit.
this like a...
In conclusion, this
where
game's
she's
way
like...
better than the other one, but it's still a pile of donkey dicks. The X-Men game I remember most fondly is the arcade by Konami. Some versions had 6 players and a double panoramic screen. It was extremely monotonous, but satisfying as all hell. Welcome to Die? Okay. It was a classic style beat 'em up.
Well, let's do it this way first, and then...
Only problem, it was never released on a home console.
Maybe we can,
It suffered the same fate as Konami's Simpsons game. Some might say these games would have been butchered on their home counterparts, but if you look at how well Turtles in Time fared on the Super NES, it only raises the question, why the fuck not do the same to X-Men and Simpsons? But oh well, at least we got a couple decent X-Men games on Sega Genesis. But there's a few things about them which are fucked up. Let's take a look.
I'll have to experiment with that a bit.
See, it's a side scroller again,
Maybe.
but with good graphics and a selection of characters to choose from. One minor thing I don't like is with Wolverine, you still have to get out your claws. What's the big deal? Why are the claws so taboo? Fortunately, you don't lose health when you use them, so it's a step in the right direction. Another thing that's really weird is the stage select code. On the title screen, you do the code like normal, but after that, you'd expect to see some kind of stage select screen. But no, instead, the game starts up like normal. You have to walk over to these panels in the background, which now suddenly represent the stages. You have to go through the effort of counting the one you want, crouch down and hit C, and then it warps you to the desired stage. If you know the code, what's the point of having to do all that shit? But the worst thing is that there's a stage where you're supposed to reset your Genesis. Yes, you actually have to hit the reset button to beat the stage. But how are you supposed to know?
You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna
All
try
that
it.
happens, there's a big blue computer in the air. You destroy it.
Oh
and
God,
walk
what did I
around like a
touch?
dumbass
What's
trying to
happening?
Figure out what to do next. If it would have said reset your Genesis, or at least give you some kind of fucking clue, that would be okay. It would still be weird, but at least you would know what to do. Not to mention, if you were playing it on the Sega Nomad, you wouldn't even be able to do that because it has no reset button. And the reset button on my Genesis Model 2 is broken. Good thing I have more Genesises. Genesises? Is there a plural for Genesis? Should I say Genocide? At last, we have
Yes.
X-Men 2 Clone Wars. Clone Wars. Did George Lucas have anything to do with it? You pop the game in, turn the power on, and before you know it, you're playing the game. That's it. No title screen. Not even the Sega logo. That doesn't happen until after you beat the first level. You don't even get to pick a character. It just randomly selects it for you. What kind of game does that? Other than that, it's pretty damn good. It's side-scrolling action on the Genesis at its best. And guess what? Wolverine's claws are out. Now doesn't that kick ass? We went from having no claws to having them hurt yourself to just having them retractable, to just having them. It took us a long time to get there, but this one finally got it right.
When it comes to X-Men games, that's the one I recommend. But the two NES versions, stay away. Stay away as far as possible. They suck. They suck balls. This one sucks my left ball, this one sucks my right ball. Welcome to Die! What a piece of fucking dog shit. Making a game based off the first Terminator movie had a lot of potential. The movie was like film noir, action, science fiction, and time travel all thrown together into a blender. But the game was like taking that same blender to put cat piss, horse dump, and pig vomit. Yeah, now that's a shake you don't want. So if you played this game, you're probably traumatized. But don't worry, because now is the time to purge those inner demons, because the battle for the past is going to be fought in the present, right here, right now. Man, that's too dark. Let's just start the game.
As far as the plot's concerned, you're not the Terminator, you're Kyle Reese in the future, which seems like the best possible concept. But look at the graphics. This is what you call 8-bit barf. You're jumping around on half-disappeared blocks, Q-tips, and pipes. What is this, Super Mario Brothers? The backgrounds are just a random mishmash of gray bricks. It's so depressing to look at. Am I not mistaken? Wasn't the NES capable of a more versatile color scheme? The top bar's monochrome, it's just black, white, and green. Look at the life meter. The black part's the amount of life you have, and the green is the empty part, which is real confusing because when I look at it, I can't help but feel it should be the other way around. The music is unacceptable. Listen. What do you call that? It's just a 5-second loop that repeats forever. There aren't many sound effects either, so it really fails in the auditory department. If your ears could puke, They would. Now you want to talk about the controls? My God, is it busted. When you try to jump, first he goes into the squat. Probably the most delayed jump I've ever seen. The gun is even worse. When you push A, you go into this crouching position. Let's call it gun mode. When you're in this gun mode, A shoots, and up and down on the D-pad controls your aim. So let me put this in a nutshell. You can't shoot when standing, you can't shoot when ducking like normal, and you can't shoot when jumping. It goes against every natural instinct you would have in a side-scrolling shooting game.
Oh my God.
Did game designers ever play fucking Contra? Can you imagine how much of a problem it is?
Maybe
that
that line in the Yagi video, maybe I memory hold that into that.
Coffin is that there's no continues. If you die 3 times, the game starts over. Simple as that. That first level, you better get used to it because you're gonna see it a whole fucking hell of a lot. Another big
Yeah, we
problem,
talked about that,
whenever
Red.
You try to jump on something, you fall through. It is an awe-inspiring joke of legendary bad game design. It's almost as bad as Wizard of Oz. The hit detection is also fucked. If you try to shoot something, it goes right through unless you're dead center. This game is like a cheating, spoiled, rotten kid, and you have to let it win.
Yeah, we talked about that. That's where the
these
fucking
automated
I've
guns. Your best bet
downloaded
is to
shit
use
from that.
grenades.
There's like a
But up
bee
to this
lady and
point,
stuff.
You can only find grenades in the first part in the sewers. After that, once you run out, you're fucked. This part
Maybe
here,
I'll
you're
see if I
faced
can
with
like
2
track
guns
that
at the
down
same
and
time.
play it.
You can only take them out one by one, so unavoidably you're gonna get shot by the other one. No matter how far you get, there's still no continues. To my knowledge, there's no code either, not even for Game Genie. Nothing. The only way to beat it is to not fuck up at all, which would be outrageous. However, every time you get 50,000 points, you get an extra life. So fair
I
enough, I'm gonna
think?
sit here and shoot this fucker again and again till that happens. The enemies respawn, so it's not
But
a
it's like you
problem to stay
trap
in one
like
spot and just keep
not.
racking up points.
I thought it was like
The only
wild
real
beasts, but then you
sacrifice is
trap
you're
them in the
doing this
Beyblade.
for a long time. There we go, extra life. Now I'm gonna be real careful because you don't want to lose all that hard work. This fucking slime here, just gotta watch out. Oh my fucking God. The only hope you have is to spend hours and get as many extra lives as possible. You'll lose them fast, but at least you'd have enough to keep going for a while. But who has the patience to do this?
And we're not talking emulators or save states or any of that. We're talking real life, sit in front of your TV, holding the A button. Sounds like fun, right?
Go fist
Yeah.
fight a
Check it
fucking
out. I got an
bit
idea.
beast
Get yourself a wrench
in the
or
fucking
something
Kohl's
like this
parking
here,
lot.
And you just clamp it down on the A button.
Smash
just
it
like
into
that,
a Beyblade.
And there you go. Just sit back and
They hang out in those little, you know how like sometimes when like stores have like land that they can't really use for anything, they'll make like one of those little irrigation like ponds that are like meant for wildlife and stuff.
Now look at that. I have 6 lives already. So I'm just going to go to bed. I'm going to come back, and it's going to be all maxed out. Now, isn't that a good idea? Well, guess what? I haven't even
Imagine you're the
How
cart
about
runner,
have some fucking continues?
and
Make me have to put a wrench on a controller? Is that what you want to do? with your
your
life?
manager
It's
comes up
senseless.
to you and goes like, "Hey,
That's what
there's like a
happens,
wild
man.
Dronzer, just kind of like hanging out in the cart caddy, and he's scaring customers. Take this fucking broom and go scare it away."
All right, I'm back. I'm all refreshed, ready to play some more Terminator with all new extra lives. All 6 of them. 6? Only 6? Okay, I gotta be honest. It's only 1 digit. I didn't expect more than 9. But why a random number like 6? That means that some fucked up masochist actually programmed it that way, made a decision, let's see, well, anything more than 6, that's too much. Fucking asshole. The only thing I can think of now is to wait till you die 5 times.
No, they shove them into bit beasts and auction them off
Then all
on
of a sudden you're in a truck getting
on
showered with
eBay.
fireballs. There's little you can do to control the truck, so all that's gonna happen, you're just gonna die and die and die. You can't hit it either, because your bullets just scatter all over the place. Eventually, you outrun the fucking thing, but next, you're being shot at by some metal tank monstrosity. At this point, you're just taking it in the fucking ass. All that's gonna happen, you're gonna get shot again and again and again. The next part of the game is just another death trap. Now, do you see what happened? All those extra lives? Gone. And there's still no regular enemies, so I have no hopes of getting any more. If I die, the game's over. But this is the most frustrating thing I've ever seen. The spears don't have any clear pattern. They just pop up at random, so I gotta get lucky. Now look at these platforms. Could they be any smaller? Realizing before how hard it is to make your mark, imagine how insane it is to land dead center on a space that's more narrow than the character itself. If you land on your feet, it doesn't count. You have to land on the empty space in between your feet. Ah, fuck! Okay, 0 lives. That means I have one more chance. Jump. 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 Ah! Fuck!
Too fucking small! Too fucking small! Oh!
Yeah, Fossil Cat'd do a lot better in the Beyblade universe.
I can't believe that shit like that could have been released on the NES as late as 1992. December 1992. By then, Super Nintendo was out. Speaking of which, let's check out its 16-bit counterpart.
Thankfully, it's not just a graphical enhancement of the same game. This one's entirely different. I wonder why they recreated the title sequence from the movie, but not used the music. Instead, it's the music from the final battle. That's like if you use the opening Star Wars title, but use different music. So if there's anything these games are missing right off the bat, it's the Terminator theme. Again, you're Kyle Reese, but instead of being in the sewers, you're in the battlefield, just like the flashback scenes in the movie. So we're definitely a step in the right direction. The gunfire is way better. This time you can actually shoot like normal, rather than going into that stupid crouching mode. You can even shoot on the ladders, which is kinda cool. But the only thing that sucks, you can't shoot straight up or toward the ground. There's no other perfect example than the Contra series. You can shoot in any fucking direction you want, and they're still challenging games. But here, you're stuck with all these enemies that you can only hit with grenades. Once you run out of grenades, you're fucked. If you're gonna make a game where you can't shoot the ground, don't have enemies that are on the fucking ground. The foreground graphics always get in the way. How is it fair when I can barely see the enemies? And what the fuck are these things anyway? Decepticon dildos? Look, I just hit my head and died. Surprisingly, this game is really hard. Now I can imagine what Kyle Reese and good old Johnny C had to go through. Just running out into a wasteland full of maniacal machines shooting bombs and lasers at you left and right. There's shit shooting from the sky, shit on the ground, there's shit everywhere. You'd get annihilated. Those movies are very unrealistic. There's no way they could have survived. But the time travel concept, that's okay. Look at the bullets, they have no pattern. It's like there's a second player controlling them. Before you have any time to react, Terminators pop out and shoot you. It's not easy to take it slow when your character can do nothing but run. My only strategy is to step and duck. But even then, half the time, I still get hit. I don't get hit that often, but apparently enough to die, and you actually get 5 lives. Once they're gone, you guessed it, no continues. But it doesn't matter because I can't even beat the first stage. It doesn't look that hard, but good lord, it just goes on and on and on. Even with 5 lives and health power-ups, I can't last any further. I got to this truck part, which is still part of the first stage, but this is even worse than the truck stage in the NES version. You can only shoot in 3 directions, which means you can't hit this thing when it goes between. And there's not a damn thing you can do to protect yourself. You can't move, you just keep taking hits from these exploding bowling balls. Finally, it goes away and you're back on foot. After such a long sprint, you think that thing was maybe the boss. But no, how naive. So you keep running this everlasting shitty marathon, shooting shit and getting shit shot at you. Eventually, you come to the boss, right? It's certainly big enough to be the boss, and it certainly took long enough to get this far. I'm gonna say it's the boss. Come on, die, die! Yeah, alright, that's it. What now? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy mother and fucking god shit, holy mackerel, gosh damn, how is it not over yet? How long could this first level possibly go? Unless maybe the whole game is like this. I just can't fucking believe it. So I died, like anybody would.
It sure was.
Level goes on forever, can't beat it, end of story, the game's impossible. Real quick, let's take a look at the Terminator on Sega CD. I already mentioned it in my Sega CD review, but I have to say, looking back, this is a really great improvement over the other ones. There are some annoying things. Like the other games, there's certain directions you can't shoot. This makes it really hard to find a feasible angle to hit your enemies. I don't know why, but only Contra, it seems, got it right. And sometimes it's confusing trying to figure out where to go. It has those unwatchable cutscenes from the movie which characterize the Sega CD. Never would we dream that one day you'd be able to watch videos in better quality on the internet. But you can skip these scenes, and aside from it, the game itself is a pretty good side-scroller. It even has the Terminator theme, as well as some great original music of its own. God, is that fucking awesome! It's a little better than the NES version, don't you think?
From here on out, things can only get better. The second movie was even better than the first, so we can assume that's the same for the games. I believe there's a light at the end of this tunnel. We've made it through the storm, and at the end of the storm is a rainbow. Oh no.
The movie Terminator 2 is a possible candidate for the best sequel of all time and best film in the action sci-fi genre. Any way you look at it, it's a masterpiece. Naturally, video games feeding off its success started popping up all over the place. The one most people were familiar with was the arcade shoot-'em-up by Midway. It was ported to the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. The gameplay is just as mindless as ever. Move the cursor around the screen and shoot everything in sight, except for your comrades who just get in your damn way. You know, I wasn't aware they made Terminators in gold. Fighting the boss is the most redundant thing of all. It takes more bullets than anything you'll ever see. All you do is shoot, shoot, shoot. In the Genesis version, it looks like Rob the Robot. Otherwise, it's basically the same game, but with slight changes. Some of the sound effects are better. In the Super NES version, when the soldiers get hit, they yell no, which is stupid, but in the Genesis version, they just scream. Big improvement. But some of the animation is lacking. Look at the barrels. The flames don't even move. Unlike the Super NES version, you get items on the first stage. They come in what looks like a little fridge, and it seems they never run out. How many items could there possibly be in this one little box? The worst part is where you have to protect John Connor. All that happens, he gets killed, and you lose. It's a senseless game, but it was a novelty at the time. The home consoles tried to take advantage of it, with the Super Scope and the Sega Menacer. But the only real way to play it was in the arcade. It was even ported on Game Boy. Now that is pathetic. Now for Terminator 2 on NES. It's all about that little rainbow of death. I swear I don't even plan this. It just so happens that LJN holds the monopoly on shitty games. They were also behind every home console version of Terminator 2, even the arcade ports. LJN proudly presents, oh I bet. Now this of course begins an alternate series of Terminator 2 games that differ from the arcade version. Level 1, you're the Terminator going around at a truck stop punching people. It's just a monotonous button masher, and it takes so many punches to put them down. All you want to do is run past them. But you can't do that, because guess what? The whole objective of this stage is to punch everybody out. The sound effects suck ass. It's just boom, boom, boom. There's no difference to when you're punching the air and when you're hitting someone. Couldn't there be at least 2 distinct sound effects? Oh god, this takes forever. When you're in between them, you keep getting hit. But even if you keep them all on the side, they all bunch together and still you take a lot of hits. It's the first part of the game and already I'm fucking sick of it. Then you go in the tavern like the first scene in the movie. Once again, you gotta punch everybody out. They keep coming out from under the bar. How many guys are back there? Then you come to the boss. Now who is this guy? He's taller than you, and aren't you supposed to be the Terminator? Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger? It does tend to underestimate the hugeness, doesn't it? Look, I'm dead. He just took out a Terminator, a machine, with his bare fists. This is absurd. If I crouch down, he can't hit me, so I can just punch him all I want. But it goes on forever. In fact, I don't think this hurts him. So why have the character in the game act like he's getting hurt when he's clearly not? Looks like I'm jerking him off. He can be killed, but it just takes a little patience. Level 2. This is the only stage where you're on the motorcycle. One thing you need to know, you gotta shoot the gate to open it, otherwise you just crash. Even after the fact, you can still hit the wall, unless you're perfect. It reminds me of Bart vs. the World when you're on the Great Wall of China. Hate that shit. But the most annoying thing is the truck. It keeps coming up from the bottom of the screen and it sucks you toward it. Like, what does it have, a magnet on the front? The first time I played this, I had no idea what you're supposed to do. I figured you'd have to accelerate, but couldn't find any way to do so. Turns out you can shoot back, so all you gotta do is shoot the truck, and then it like bounces you forward again. But trying to shoot the truck and pay attention to all the other stuff at the same time is really frustrating. Then you rescue John Connor, and he makes you swear not to kill anyone. So here comes level 3. You're going around the hospital trying to rescue Sarah. You're not allowed to shoot anyone unless it's in the legs, which is simple, but it makes you feel foolish having to duck all the time. I mean, this is the first side-scrolling stage where you have the gun, and you can't kill anyone. Level 4, you're in Cyberdyne on a mission to blow the place up. You go around collecting bombs, which look like, I don't know, a headless chicken holding a dead rat? What, you don't see it? No, I don't know. You take all the bombs and deposit them into this thingamafucker, and you think that's it, right? No, you take the bombs back out and lay them in designated spots. Okay, well, what was the point? Why couldn't you just collect the bombs and put them where they go? I can only imagine what they were thinking. Duh, you put these bombs in this thing? Alright, what next? How about you take them back out and you put them somewhere else? It's treating us like a fucking dog. Go get the ball, bring it back, go get it again. Fucking dickwads. Level 5 is a nightmare. Everywhere you go, you gotta jump on moving platforms. Your accuracy better be perfect or else you're dead. Fuck. It's next to impossible. It teases you by thinking the chain's gonna go lower, but it doesn't. It's as wide of a jump as possible, and the platform doesn't even stay down long enough. You only get 1 microsecond to hit your mark, and there's a fucking fireball. So this jump is one of the most grueling things you could ever accomplish in your life. There's another jump that seems to have a glitch or something. Like, come on, that killed me? I landed on the pipe, not the lava. Well then, if landing on the pipe kills me, why can't it just look the same as the lava? And what about this right here? That's not a platform? Well then why the fuck does it look like a platform? There's some serious issues here. At last, you fight the T-1000 with your fists. Unless you still have some ammo left over from Cyberdyne, that's because there's no ammo on this stage. Not at all. So if you're down to your bare hands, then that's all you're gonna get. If anything, they should have a whole stockpile of ammo to get you ready, because it's the final battle.
See, my problem is I
If you look at a
can't
game,
seem
say,
to
from the Castlevania
do
series,
these,
right before you get to Dracula, there's a spot where you can load up your supply of items. It's secretive, yeah, but it's there. Even the main corridor has some
I can't
weapons.
seem to reasonably
But
do
here,
these
you don't get a damn thing. Once you push
breasticles.
the T-1000 in the lava, you won. Then you see the final cutscene. It seems they hit
To make
all
it
the
look
key
like
scenes
it's
in the movie,
actually-
which is nice, but why they left out the Terminator theme still.
You know what? That looks okay.
Next we
That
have
looks okay.
Terminator 2 on Game Boy. For a portable console, there's not much to complain about as far as graphics go. In fact, it's pretty well done. You play as John Connor.
It wasn't just Metabots, but man, it's...
Skynet. The first stage
Yeah, well, I guess once you had a pipeline, games just took less to make.
Trying to figure out what to do. Then you find out you can shoot these towers. So I take them all down, and still we have a barrier. Turns out you gotta shoot
Games
the
were
towers in order,
simpler
tallest
back
to
then.
shortest. What a load of random bullshit. The second level, you're in Skynet. It's more self-explanatory.
Too many people want these
Bombs on the
massive
floor are
fucking
such a
games
pain in the ass. I
full
can't
of
shoot 'em, and I can't jump
extraneous
over them
shit
either.
that doesn't mean
guess
anything.
what? You know how most of these games you have 3 lives and no continues? Well, here you get only 1.
I remember
You die once,
people were
and the game's
jerking
over.
off about
The
how in
thought of
Uncharted
making it
there's like
through the
this
entire game
it
without
was
dying
Uncharted
once
4.
is ludicrous. At the end of the
This
second
there was
stage,
this
you
like
have to
thing where you could
reprogram
shoot
the
a
terminal.
rock
Okay, is
and
this
it would
how
like
John Connor
simulate
did?
a
I
bunch
never
of other
thought this
rocks.
part of the story would make it
Like
into the game.
basically it was like an
Basically,
actual
you have to
physics
mend the
system.
wires together so the electric
And it's like,
current
okay, well what does
flows
this
away.
have to do with
You
the
have a
fucking
time
game?
limit, and it always seems to end right when
Then
you start
I
to
think
figure
that's
out
a
what you're
big
doing.
problem with a lot of
You can't
modern
even pause
games
the game to
is
look at it because the screen
they
goes blank.
add in a
At
bunch of
least you get
shit that's
second
kind of
chance
like
here.
ancillary to
Fuck
what the
ups
core
and you're
product
done.
is. It's just, I mean, it's just development bloat. It really is. It's like too many people work on games. Games have too big budgets.
No.
You
of
know,
course not.
like,
Well, it's sort of a crappy remix version.
and I think too many people kind of,
How the hell did they make so many Terminator
I don't know,
games
like-
and not have the theme? The only one I've seen that has it is the Sega CD version. If you watch the demo, it shows a naked Arnold.
it's hard to
walking into the bar,
explain.
and they censor him Austin Powers style. Now that's funny.
to me, but
Once
I
you
feel
hit
like
start,
too many
it
people
bypasses this whole scene.
equate
Right away, you have your
open
clothes on and
world
going around
with
punching people.
big
All I
open
can
world where you
say
can go do
is,
whatever you
my
want
God, the
with
control
good.
is so
Like, I don't mind having
bad.
like freedom or
So
agency in a
stiff and
game,
You can't punch anyone when they're
but
too
like,
close. But check out the jump. What is that good for? It's like he's a marionette or he's being
Yeah.
hanged by an invisible rope.
they
Holy Lord, that is
they
some
did do the
fuck
melting
right
ice
there.
thing,
Look
didn't
at him
they?
Go. Woo, woo, woo. Oh God, I can't see the reasoning behind it. You can't make something that funny by accident. They took somebody as badass as the Terminator and made him into a mockery. It's a fucking joke.
Yeah, I
I'm
just
not
think modern
doing this
video
to be
games
funny. It's because of
have
how
too
slow he
ridiculous
walks.
of an
The only way to go
expectation. There's
faster
too
is to
many
hop around like a fucking idiot. Unlike the
things that
NES
just kind of
version,
don't
the goal isn't to
service
knock
the
everybody
core
out because
product.
they're never ending.
The
In fact, that could be a
MVP
good joke
is
to play on
ridiculously
someone. Like, hey, give it a try,
overdone.
Kill all the guys. I dare you. They'll be playing
They're
forever.
losing the plot,
goal
is I
to
guess what
find a
I'm
pistol and a
trying
shotgun.
to say.
But that's not all. You need to find John Connor's phone number. But that's still not enough. You need to collect future objects. I don't know what the hell these are supposed to be, but they look like little coolers or first aid kits. I don't remember them from the movie. So
Yeah,
why
that's
is
the
it
other thing that I don't
necessary
like
to
a lot of
open the
modern
game?
about a lot of modern
Unless you played the game
Nintendo games
before,
is
you
like
probably assume that once you uncover these
they'll have like
objects,
little
you've
gimmicks
collected
and
them.
stuff like
But
that,
no,
but then
you're
it
supposed to
doesn't
aim your
feature
gun and
into
shoot
like
them.
the
Now look at your
like
itinerary.
my big
It says
the
collect
big one for
future
me
objects.
was
So unless your
Odyssey.
idea of collecting objects is to blow the everlasting
Mario
fuck out of them,
Odyssey
shouldn't it say
Cappy as a
destroy
thing
future objects?
just
One
kind of
thing I
seems
find
like
amusing is that everything in
like
this
a
bar
Lego
blows up for
set
no
that you
apparent reason.
it just seems
You
like
can
a
even attack the
specific
waitress.
it just seems like a vehicle to add in
Any
set
game
pieces
would shut off the game before even completing the first stage.
that aren't
I tried
actually
my
like
best to persevere, and what I found next was
fun
this.
gameplay
That little
mechanics. They're just little
motorcycle, believe it
gimmicks.
or not, that's you. You can't tell it apart from the others. The first time I got to the stage, I died before I even had the chance to figure out what was going on. Oh yeah, and by the way, one life. Yep, die once and it's all over. They really stuck to that format, didn't they? Play the whole game in one go. It's unthinkable. Oh man, a head-on collision with a truck and a motorcycle, and the truck explodes. Now let me tell you, I still don't understand how to control this. The main
Shut up.
problem being that I can't figure out how to turn. It has something to do with holding the D-pad and the Y button, but I can't get the feel for it. Without even hesitating, I can honestly say this is the absolute worst driving stage I have ever played. Roger Rabbit was bad, Dick Tracy was horrible, and at the time I thought that one was the worst, but now that I've played this, just wow, it takes the cake.
That's as far as I can make it, and that's about all the Terminator games I have to play. In conclusion, the Grand Rotten Turkey Award goes to this. Out of all the Terminator games I've played, this has got to be the worst. Because you got to take into consideration the limitations of the NES and the capabilities of the Super NES. Wouldn't you think the Super NES version would be best by far? Not only that, but it's the sequel, so there's no excuse why it shouldn't have been better. So do yourself a favor and never, ever play this game, because there's no fate but what you make for yourself. Choose the right fate and terminate this son of a bitch. Goodbye, baby.
But yeah, the video games industry will not change until it learns more hard lessons. Like, Concord was just the start. These people don't want to learn. Honestly, like, I think Marathon is gonna fucking biff. Which is their other, Bungie's next live service misery that they're pawning onto everyone. I honestly think the game is gonna biff. Extraction shooter people are some of the most fucking miserable fucks on the planet.
Do you usually play video games on?
And that game does not look like it appeals to them whatsoever.
Floppy disks? How about
Just
an
like
audio cassette? Isn't that just a weird
visually
thought to play a game on a friggin' cassette tape? This is Transformers for the Commodore 64.
Yeah, no, I think it's dead on arrival. I honestly think Bungie is gonna not exist in 5 years. I wouldn't be surprised.
Wow, great game. Then like 5 minutes later,
It has that fucking
wait a little longer,
LinkedIn like fucking Behance like punk sort of look.
Stupid. Instead, it's Rodimus Prime. Then you get
that kind of just, I don't know, it's kind of interesting, I guess, but like,
had it not been for the music, I wouldn't even guess.
I wouldn't want to fucking buy microtransactions. I wouldn't want, I mean, that's not fair, because like, I fucking hate microtransactions with a passion. But,
couldn't they have something a little more, you know, visual? When you engage
that
in
game
battle,
doesn't make me want to like,
you take the joystick and
it
try
does
to
just
shoot
doesn't
down
excite me
enemies
straight up. Like, it looks,
it gets monotonous pretty quick.
it looks really boring, and I think that's, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be real, I think microtransactions in a fucking extraction shooter is like, I don't know if that would even work, because it's like 100% like counterintuitive to the to the medium. Like, the whole thing is like, you get better gear by playing the game. And also too, having some shiny fucking neon piece of shit is like gonna just make you a massive target.
There was a Transformers game that was a side scroller, but only in Japan.
Let me introduce the Nintendo Famicom. Simply put, this is the Japanese NES. Very different from that gray box.
Also, I'm not the biggest Marathon guy, but I really think making it a Marathon thing was stupid. I feel like that it's so far removed from the original concept, they could have made it anything, but they didn't.
But the second controller, instead of select and start, it has a microphone.
I feel like maybe that would have gotten people at least like kind of like intrigued about the mystery of it. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Bungie just seems like it's on its way out. Like, the studio is dead. None of what made it what it was or special exists anymore.
Let's play Transformers. The question is, why was this game
They've been on life support since fucking Destiny 1.
It seems most of them, no matter how shitty, would see an international release.
So could it be that this one was just that bad? Let's find out.
And to be honest, not to sound miserable, but I hope it does. I hope it does tank.
The title translates to
I
mystery
think
of
we
Optimus
need
Prime,
more
and that
failures
sums it up just perfectly. It's a
like
mystery why Optimus
that
Prime
to
isn't in this game. Instead, it's
companies
ultra
don't want to
If
learn.
you
They
actually
don't
beat
want
the
to.
game and collect all the
They don't
letters,
want to
you
be
become
better.
Optimus Prime. But the
They
only
want to be
difference is
rewarded for
So
nothing,
what's the point? They
and
should've just made him a
I think they
second
should
player like
burn
Mario and Luigi.
for
Instead,
it.
we have Ultra Magnus and Ultra Magnus. But this is the least of our problems. Check it out. One hit and you're dead. 3 lives, no continues, no checkpoints. You will hear that more often than you hear it in the fucking show. If you're lucky enough to even make it to the second level, you can continue with a simple code. When you get game over, hold A, B,
Yeah.
and start. And let me tell you, you're going to be doing that every 30 seconds or so. You'll get to continue forever.
Marathon
but
just
that's
makes me
still not
think
gonna
of
help you
fucking
get through
doom
the
scrolling
levels.
on
You really
Behance,
gotta buckle the fuck down
making me
because
think,
your
is this
senses
what people
going
want out of
sky high.
design and graphic design? Like,
It's
am I
almost
doing
as
something
bad as
wrong
Silver Surfer. There's
with my
projectiles
portfolio
everywhere.
because I don't give a
Whenever you
shit
try to dodge something,
about
you
this
only
stuff?
get hit by something else. How the fuck does this little thing destroy a giant robot? It's almost insulting.
I've heard
how
it
much
called
of an advantage
corporate
the enemies
punk,
have. You take one hit,
and
but
that
them, they can
seems
sometimes take
fitting,
more. And they're smaller. It doesn't make any fucking
considering
sense.
that game
They can
seems
also
very
pass through
corporate.
solid bricks, but you can't even shoot through the bricks. So if there's an enemy coming at you through the bricks, there's nothing you can do about it. They also camouflage themselves into the background.
Like, it looks like someone took, like, a YouTube ad and made it like a sci-fi universe. It looks really sterile and weird,
Fucking 3 seconds. Really, if you try to transform, you're
while
leaving
also
yourself
trying
open
to be
enemy
edgy.
fire.
It's
Only
very
rarely does
off-putting.
it actually come into play where you need to transform to pass through a narrow spot. But if you're not careful with it, transforming is the equivalent of saying, "Here, kill me." The hit detection is very biased. To begin with, you're such a big target anyway, but if something comes anywhere near your perimeter, it counts as a hit. However, if you're trying to hit an enemy and your bullet goes anywhere other than dead center, it passes through. And everything's so small, so fast, and moves at such irregular patterns, hitting your mark is like trying to piss into a shot glass that's spinning on a record player that's strapped to a running cheetah's back while you're riding a unicycle on a tightrope blindfolded.
There is absolutely no fucking around with this game, so we gotta get serious. You're familiar with Billy Mitchell, world video game champion? He could probably.
Oh no!
So I gotta find
Oh
a way to
no,
harness his power.
baby!
I think I found a way.
Billy
This
Mitchell, I forgot about
is
this
hot
part.
sauce. You want something that'll kick you in the ass and heighten your senses?
That's right, we're
This'll
gonna cheat. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Alright. Now I'm ready.
God, this game is so crazy. The screen keeps flashing, makes me feel like I'm gonna have a seizure. What the fuck? Ugh, get up there, god damn it! Get up there! Get up there! Ugh, no shitty game's complete without hard to reach jumps. What the fuck was that shit? You can't even see what's up there till it's too late. Oh, fuck you. I can't even touch that little sideways ice cream cone. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, wow. That's real creative, having the Decepticon logo as a boss. That's like with the Ghostbusters game. That is so cheap. The logo belongs on the fucking cover. Oh, man. Shoot him. Shoot him. I can't fucking shoot these things. Ah! All these jets, they just keep coming. Oh no. Ah, you scum fucker. It's too narrow to jump, and it's not the right elevation to shoot him. So it's just a fucking death trap. Gotta jump on the platform. Ah, a jet. How am I supposed to ever predict when something's gonna fly into the screen and kill me? But let me tell you about Stage 9. It's one of the cheapest, most unfair, most cryptic and fucked up levels in the history of games. You keep going to the right, only to play through the same stage again and again in an endless loop. There's nothing in the game explaining what you're supposed to do. You have to read up on the internet to find out. Turns out, you're supposed to get a key, but that's not enough. You also have to follow a specific pattern, almost like a secret maze. Who was supposed to figure that out on their own? It's a lot like in Super Mario Brothers, where you're going through the castle. You have to go up, over, and under the platforms in the correct way, or else the stage repeats. But in Mario, it's much easier to guess. It's a whole lot shorter for one thing, but also, there's not a million things trying to kill you. It's hard to survive, let alone figure out the right pattern. And on top of that, the route that it makes you take is more difficult than the more common sense way.
Need some more hot sauce. It's the end of the road, Megatron.
But yeah, I think video game. I know I keep saying this, but like, I think I'm just done with modern video games. Like, unless the Switch changes its attitude, the Switch 2, which it won't. They'll be. I don't know. Some people seem to think that the initial sellout of it is scalpers.
I fucking beat Megatron. Who the hell could be next? Fucking stage
We'll see.
my ass. I'm guessing if Megatron's not the
But
boss, it's got to be Galvatron or maybe Unicron or Fuckatron. Who knows? Oh, it's Mechagodzilla. Of course. I should have known. Whew, man, that was the hardest game I've ever beat. And all that trouble for an end screen that I can't even read.
I can now conclude that the game barely has anything to do with Transformers. It doesn't even have the music, with the exception of that part. Even the Commodore version had the fucking theme. In this one, the same bland music plays through the whole game, and the boss battles have their own music, but that's about it. Speaking of the bosses, it makes you wonder if the creators of this game even knew anything about Transformers. Did they have to resort to using the Decepticon logo 3 times? That's right, the same boss 3 times. And twice, the boss is like a nuclear macadamia nut inside of a moon. Like they didn't have enough Decepticon characters to choose from?
God, I can hear the fucking 3D printer from the other room. I'm actually gonna go check on that real quick. I'll be right back.
Had a lot to choose
I won't
from.
put you on hold.
Sure, they existed mostly in text, but at least it acknowledged them. But Transformers or not, it's just a fucking shithole of a bad game. Most of the levels are the same exact thing over and over, just modified slightly. And Stage 10 is just Stage 8 backwards. But the big problem is the difficulty. Who is this game intended for? Certainly not gamers who wanted a reasonable challenge or fans of Transformers. It disappoints in both ways.
So now, is it any wonder why this game was never released outside of Japan? 'Cause nobody else wants to play this fucking shit! Well, I gotta do what I gotta do. One shall stand, one shall shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who are you?
My name is Optimus Prime.
Well, you don't look anything like you.
I thought you were made of sterner stuff.
Okay. We're still working.
Fire! 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 One guy? No continues? What were they thinking?
It's down and R.
There's 4 buttons right in the front of the controller. Look, that's not enough to work with? I got something to blow the lid off the crap barrel. Time to flick the shit switch, turn up the diarrhea dial. It's Bible games on CDI.
What's the print? I'm building a stand for my 2 new Stream Decks so that they don't take up a fucking square foot of real estate on my desk. I really need to get... I want to say I need to get a bigger desk, but like, I've already got a pretty fucking huge desk. I think I just need to
got shoved to the
I
side.
don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
But then came Mario's Missing, the first game to star Luigi. He wasn't good enough to make it into the title, but hey, when this came out, I thought, that sounds like a great idea. But no, it would only further cement the character into an eternal waste.
Like, I'd have to talk to, like, a
first thing that
desk
happens, we see Mario
specialist.
get a bag thrown over
Because the
his head.
problem is the
How does he get inside
PVM
the bag?
is, like,
Is there a hole
perfect
in the
where it's
bottom?
supposed
Why
to
can't he
be.
get out? It begs an explanation. Anyway, it's up to Luigi
It just
to
kind of
save
is,
him.
like,
Comes out riding on
unfortunately,
Yoshi.
like...
Now, it's pretty obvious the graphics are ripped right from Super Mario World, and for the 8-bit NES, it looks quite good, but that only gives you the false impression that this game may be
I really wanted to get a
Castle
20-inch
part only
PVM,
serves as
but,
a backdrop,
like,
which takes you to the main
I
game.
couldn't get,
The main
I
game
couldn't
is
find
walking
one.
around a boring-ass town talking to people who don't even look like
I was
they belong in a
expecting
Mario game or a
some
Luigi
guy
game.
to offer
They
it to
tell
me,
you all about Liberty Island,
but we never
and
really,
that's when it
you know,
occurs to you,
he
you're
found one and
playing
I was asking him to sell it to me, but he never really,
I don't want to be educated. I
the
want
conversation
to rot my
never
brain.
really
This
went
is Luigi's first game, and this is what he
where
gets.
I would have hoped it would, which would have
What a
been,
piece of shit. The whole
I
concept
buy
is that
the
Koopa
PVM
Troopas have
or
stolen
get it in
objects
some
from
kind of
famous
trade thing.
landmarks, and you got to get them back. The Koopa Troopas can't even hurt you. Oh, come on. Come on. You jump on them and collect a money bag. That's it. But it's not a money bag, even though it has a fucking dollar symbol. Instead, it's a bag that contains a stolen object. So you gotta find out which famous landmark it belongs to. You know, what's Luigi doing anyway? Isn't he supposed to be rescuing Mario? Why is he in New York City trying to find landmarks? And what do you think that is? Looks like the Empire State Building being gripped by King Kong. Of course, the same ape that was able to climb the building is now big enough to close his hand around it. What's this say? Koopas seem to have gotten clean away with King Kong? Are you telling me you're supposed to return King Kong to the Empire State Building? This blows my mind on so many levels. First of all, how did the Koopas capture King Kong? Second, why is New York City concerned that King Kong was stolen from the Empire State Building? Remember when the planes were trying to shoot him down? Isn't it pretty clear they want Kong off the building? Third, if this is supposed to be an educational game teaching us things that belong to New York City, why in the holy mother of fuck did they choose a giant ape that doesn't even exist? Fourth, the bag. Okay, King Kong is like 50 feet tall or something, but in this game they made him out to be like 1,500 feet. How big is he exactly? Well, if bigger than the Empire State Building isn't a good enough analogy, then let's just say a lot bigger than that fucking bag! And fifth, I can't grasp the concept that King Kong is in a Mario game, the same character that was the direct inspiration for Donkey Kong, who also appeared in games with the Mario character. Are we running into some kind of paradox here, or what? There's sort of like a help desk where you're supposed to return the object or the landmark or whatever, but the lady at the window won't talk to you unless you call Yoshi to come and give you an extra boost. Okay, so are you telling me that the reason that stupid bitch won't talk to you at first is because Luigi is too short to reach the window? For fuck's sake, he can jump higher than this shitting thing. How stupid do they think we are? Use Yoshi to reach the help desk. Well, how about use my greasy Italian plumber cock to whack you across the fucking face? The control is broken beyond belief, and you'd think, how could they fuck up the control on a Mario game? Well, for the most part, it's fine, but sometimes when you go to a new screen, it gets stuck for a second.
Man, you know, this is just one of those drawings that feels shitty. Like, it feels bad no matter how I look at it. It just looks like I made it. I get that quite a bit, where it's like...
In contrast, take a look at the Super Nintendo version. It's pretty much the same game.
Because I have like a sort of North Star of all this shit that I want to do.
Who the hell's honking at me?
I kind of feel like
invisible? Well, anyway, the spot you're supposed
if it doesn't look close to it, it's wrong. Even though if it's like totally fine.
I guess they were trying to be more realistic with this one. If there's one thing it teaches kids, it's not to walk down the middle
but that's
of
what
the
this
road.
whole process is meant to be.
But check it out. Now we're in for some fuck. This is Mario's time
It's
machine.
meant to be
Judging from
more
the
of
title,
a
you'd think it'd be awesome.
like a
Imagine
step
Mario
zero.
going back in time, kind of like Turtles in Time. I mean, no. Let's not even compare that. This is another educational game, and I put that in
showing
quotes
people-
because it's barely educational and barely a game. How can you call it a game when you can't even die?
So that I could get
The
help.
idea is to find different objects and return them to their appropriate time period. To find these objects, you walk around a museum, go in a random door, and fight Koopa Troopas in the style of the classic Mario Brothers arcade.
Like,
Once
one
you kill
thing that
them all,
I
the
did
object
learn from
appears.
watching a
So
lot of
once you get the
terrible
object, you take it to the time
how to
machine,
draw
conveniently
manga
build out a
videos,
pipe.
like
Choose the time period
that
and
one
you're
I
on your
showed you
way.
of that black lady.
But once you get
that
here and
that
find out
gave
you've
me
chosen
fucking
the wrong
brain
time,
damage and
guess
I couldn't
what? You
finish
gotta
it.
go back and
I
fight
guess one
Koopas again.
she was
Man,
right
this
about
has
was
become
that
boring. It's one thing to make a shitty Mario game, but when you make the original
there
Mario
are
Brothers seem
Japanese
shitty,
editors
that's quite an
that like are looking for Western
So right off the bat, you have to associate
comic
objects
artists.
with a year in history. If you go to the time period,
But
you
I
find
looked it
clues
up
from
and it seems
clocks
very
and hourglasses.
specific.
Wouldn't it make more sense if they gave you the
It's not
clues
as
before you went
ubiquitous
to the
as she
time
makes
period,
it out
not
to
the
be.
other way around? The next thing you have to do is place the object in a specific spot.
But I guess
The
those people
object I
do
have is an
exist.
apple. The clues are talking about Isaac Newton
And
and
I
the
don't know
tree.
if
Didn't
I
Newton come up with
couldn't.
this
I
theory
don't
of
know if I'd
gravity
like
from an apple dropping
meet
from a tree?
someone
Makes
that
sense,
would
so I reached the
understand
apple,
what I'm trying to
told it's the
do.
wrong location, and a
Because
bird
I don't know
comes
if they're
and takes the
approaching it
apple
from
away.
the angle of, oh, we
you know what
want
I
a
gotta do
Western
now?
comic artist
Go
to
back
sell
to
in
the fucking
Japan
Koopas.
because we want
But I
to
don't
be
even know what I did
kitschy and
wrong.
like
Should I have stood on
have
top
like
of
a
the tree,
weird
or was I in the
selling
wrong
angle
time
thing,
period
or if it's
altogether?
like, hey,
You'll
we want
never
to teach
know
these
unless you run all
foreigners
around the game like
what
a fucking
manga is all
asshole.
about
I
and
hate
like
to say
how
it,
to
but there's
actually do
also
it.
a Super Nintendo version. I guess we better
I
take a
don't
quick
know
look.
what the
Here
the
it lets you
angle
pick the
of it
object
is.
right as the game starts. Then the time machine comes down. But
And then
unlike
on
the
top of that
NES
too,
version where you
like,
get different dates to choose from, here you have to pick the location,
the styles
then
that I
manually
like are
put in
all
the year
old and
in
dated,
BC or AD.
and
So
I
there's
don't think
only
an
so many
editor would be
possible
pushing me
combinations you can
to
get right.
do something that
If it's a
isn't
time
going
and
to
place
sell.
That's not in the game. You won't find out
So-
until first you go surfing. Yeah, this takes the place of the whole Koopa section, but it's even more redundant. What you have to do here is collect 10 mushrooms and then go in a whirlpool. But the mushrooms are so small and you can barely tell them apart from these other things that look like sea urchins. And the sea urchins take your mushrooms away. And worse, there's a fucking time limit. If the time runs out, you gotta do it again. And how ironic is that there's a time limit to go back in time? Then you get to the time period, check out some clues, answer some questions, and more clues and questions, and oh, fuck. Just trust me, it's not too exciting.
You know what? Educate me. Please educate me. Because I'm going through sensory deprivation. I'm so fucking bored, I'd rather go back to school than play this shit. I'm aware that there's lots of other Mario educational games, many which were for PC. But these two on the NES and Super NES lead you to believe that they may be good. They're on the same platform which brought us all the great Mario classics. They feature the same graphics as Super Mario World, and the titles don't even sound educational. They could have been called Mario's Geography and Mario's History Lesson. But educational or not, these games are horrible abominations of space and time that give insult to the very fabric of nature itself. In other words, they suck.
Oh my god. The classic.
You're going to jail for what you did to me.
What'd he do to you?
You know, when they resold this game, Limited Run Games did like a print of it as like a fucking joke. They got some person to do like an anime cover of it. It was, I know exactly who it was. It was this like Brazilian Spanish guy. He actually did like, he created Donna, which is like the Mr. It's like some arcade mascot. I'd have to find him. But he did like a quote unquote anime 80s like cover of it, and it just, I don't know, it just looked wrong. It's like, what the fuck does this need to be an anime for? It's not even remotely anime. It is like literally it's closer to a fucking kusoge than it is an anime. Like that would actually be
I remember in the early 90s seeing commercials for the 3DO.
I'm getting
It was
angry.
advertised as the most advanced game system, and it forced itself right into your face. Like, if you don't get this thing, you're gonna get left in the dust. It even went out of its way to insult Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, saying that those are just baby toys. Well, everybody I knew had those baby toys, and nobody, I repeat, nobody I have ever met owned a 3DO. Probably because its price in the US was $700. I mean, fuck. But you better buy it because this is the real gaming console. That was its slogan, real. Because it's a real piece of shit. This new interactive CD-ROM technology, it sort of blurred the line between games and movies. Was this the new future of gaming? Nobody knew, and nobody wanted to be the guinea pig. Usually you get the chance to play the new hot gaming console over a friend's house, but nobody had it. So the 3DO came and went, and now it's just a curious piece of history. There were many different models. This right here is the FZ1 made by Panasonic. It only has one controller input. Wow. Now that's what you call an advanced system, isn't it? Instead of 2 controller inputs, let's just have 1. Let's make it so you have to plug the second controller into the first controller and just daisy chain them together. What were they fucking thinking? Then there's the FZ10, which is a top loader. Still, there's only 1 input.
What
And
were
the
they
last one I have
thinking
is
with
the
this
Gold
shitload
Star.
of fuck?
How many inputs? Just 1. You think if they made so many versions of the same game system, they'd eventually add another controller port. The games are obviously on CDs, which come in jewel cases, but the jewel cases come in these rectangular boxes. This makes it hard to fit on your shelf. What a waste of space. These are the most oversized game boxes I've ever seen. They're even bigger than the Neo Geo boxes. And Neo Geo games are huge cartridges, so they have a perfect reason to make a big box to hold a big game. But these are just CDs. It's completely unnecessary. Now, to be fair, there are some good games on the 3DO, including the definitive home port of Super Street Fighter II Turbo. A lot of the more gimmicky games show off the CD technology and are more like watching a movie than playing a game at all. Some of them are pretty impressive for its time, like Wing Commander 3, which features big-name actors like Malcolm McDowell and Mark Hamill. I searched high and low to find the worst possible 3DO game in this category, and I believe I found it. Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. Judging from the box, I don't even know what to think of it. An interactive romantic comedy. A plumber, a daddy's girl, chickens, crazed yuppies, evil bosses, shower scenes, race cars, pandas, a nun?
What kind of game is this? Oh, what's this? Get it? No! I don't get it!
Hi, my name's Jane. We hardly know each other, but that's about to change.
This is interesting.
Put your big, muscular arm around me and whisper sweet things in my ear. And I promise to do whatever your little heart desires.
Wow.
Now listen up. The rules of the game are real simple. You see, I meet this guy in the parking lot. Now you are supposed to identify with this guy.
So she talks for 3 minutes as the camera zooms in on her breasts. Then the title screen pops up. You can't be serious. It looks like a kindergarten student did this in Microsoft Paint. And listen to the stock music. This has to be the worst title screen I've ever seen. Then come the credits. Race cars? Why is the color a negative? And then it goes into sort of a mosaic. Looks like a bad quality picture off the web. Then it goes to like a vertical letterbox. The titles are so bland. There's no drop shadow to separate them from the background, and the colors are picked at random, like a child selecting random pieces of chalk on a sidewalk.
Oh, man.
And it just goes on and on. Why are we watching still images of race cars? Why all the wacky filters? Why does it keep showing a naked guy lying in bed? Why is there a panda in a car on the bed? Why'd they leave so much extra space when they cut out the panda from whatever background it originally belonged to? Why is the perspective butchered so badly? It doesn't even look like it's really there. But then why would it be there anyway? Now why is it just a head of a panda? Why would there ever be a floating head of a panda next to someone's bed? We haven't even gotten through the credits yet, and this game is already a pile of monkey fuck. Okay. What's this? What's going on? Okay, so the credits are finally over, and now we get a slideshow.
It's your mother. Now get your ass out of bed. I know you're there, John. John? I said get up, John.
Get out of bed, John. Get out of bed. Yeah, great concept. Every game should begin with 2 minutes of some guy's mom trying to get him out of bed.
Stop smart-mouthing with me, young man. Why is it I haven't seen you with any woman? Why is that, John? Don't you like women anymore? John, are you gay?
What?
Cut the crap and listen to me. It's time you got married. You need children. I need grandchildren. I need my only child to bear fruit. And in my lifetime, don't you love your mother?
This is not a game. This is
All
like
right, that
watching
came
a
out
movie.
okay, I guess,
Or no,
after all
it
the
isn't.
bitching
a
and
movie
moaning.
is something that moves. This doesn't move. It's a
yeah,
bunch
it's not
of
the
still
worst.
images.
Is it
If
great?
the beginning was
No,
actual
but
video, why couldn't the rest be?
Oh, thank God that's over. Now maybe we get to play the game.
Where are you, Jane?
You called me, Daddy. Don't you know where I'm at?
What? There's more of this shit?
Why the hell aren't you married yet, Jane? In that last scene, that bitch of a mother told her son to have kids.
And keep in mind, you're seeing the abridged version. I've been sitting here nearly 10 minutes so far.
Christ's sake, girl, how long does it take these days? You ain't that busy. Now, damn it, Jane, you get on the stick and make some babies for your poor old father.
So there's our story. John and Kate are both pressured by each of their parents to find a significant other. Then we get a montage set to rockabilly music. Apparently, both Jane and John, these two unrelated characters, are taking showers at the same exact moment. There's a code to remove the sensor bars, or sensor face with the nose.
oh my God,
That's
I gotta
only
make
if
one
you
of
really see
those.
John's hairy ass that much. They drag these scenes on as long as possible.
I
Why
love
is
that.
it
that
necessary?
always
Do we need
is
to
my
see their
favorite
whole
part. The
daily
fucked up
routine,
weirdo,
changing clothes,
like
lifting
censor
weights, playing with
face.
cats, trying on more clothes,
That's
playing
one of my
air
favorite
guitar
parts.
with
It's
a
just like,
plunger?
it's just
Oh,
so
is
fucking
he a plumber?
goofy.
Well, the game's called Plumbers Don't
It's
Wear
goofy.
Ties, so I guess it makes sense. He's a plumber.
Just
and I
makes
don't
an
see him wearing
already
a tie.
strange thing even
What
stranger.
The fuck? You can't even trust the damn title. And it keeps on going. We see everything. He gets
Damn.
on a motorcycle, she gets in a car, she's putting on lipstick, he drops his mail in the mailbox. Come on, why is that important? Then finally, Jane and John meet in a parking lot.
Whoa. It's 8 o'clock and I'm seeing a 10.
I wonder if it's still up, but I think someone ported the entire game to like a YouTube video where you could just pick videos on like what your choice is.
What the fuck?
We know she'd like to meet him.
I bet it
She
got
knows she'd
taken
like to
down.
meet him. But does John know she'd like to meet him?
And now we get a narrator? After 15 minutes of this crap, all of a sudden we need a narrator to start explaining it?
It's up to you, sport.
Then finally, we get a choice of what happens next.
So, who do you want to make the first move? If you want John to do it, hit A now.
This is the first time there's any interactivity with this game whatsoever, but it's just as much interactive as playing with the menus on a DVD. There's games like Night Trap and
Alright.
Dragon's Lair, which are like movies.
Now, do we
and
want to
there's
start
not a
drawing
lot of
something
actual
else, or do we
gameplay.
want? Well, I guess we got to do the
This piece of
boxes.
shit is way, way below that. This isn't even in the same category as
Let's do
those
that
kind
real
of games.
quick.
It's the bare minimum of what
Oops.
you can actually call a game.
Do girls actually like guys who are really aggressive?
Yippee!
I don't think so.
But what makes
Oh,
it
did I get rid of
worse is,
whoops?
the control.
Oh no, I
You might be
replaced
wondering,
whoops
how the
with
fuck
fucking
could the control be bad on
yippee!
something like this?
Oh
Well, what
no.
happens, the highlighter gets stuck. At first, I thought my D-pad was broken.
Oh,
but no.
no.
What it is, you have to wait for the narration to finish.
John throws caution to the wind and pursues Jane. Be careful.
That's very
Every
bad.
fucking time you the D-pad again.
Ah, that's a
Girls
bummer. It
actually
doesn't
like
work
guys who are
anymore.
Really aggressive? I don't think so.
What the fuck?
Have John wait later on.
So Jane rejects John.
That-
and
that
goes
is
to a
sad.
job interview.
Back at it again at Krispy
Gotta
Kreme.
love the elevator music.
It is nice.
So then we get a choice. Either she gets the job, she doesn't get the job, or the boss becomes a pervert.
Note, you must be 18 or over
Nice.
to take a look at this decision.
You gotta be 18. On the box, it says 17. This was before the rating system. But what kind of fucked up rating is this? The box says 17, but for this one part, you gotta be 18.
You know, perhaps something can be worked out after all.
Fuck.
Take your clothes off, Jane.
Oh, shit.
You know, we get at least 200 qualified applicants for every position here. It's those people who do that little extra thing. They're the ones who get ahead.
Oh, what a bad joke. It doesn't even have any relevance now. He just told her to take off her clothes. He might as well say straight out, suck my cock.
Take your damn clothes off!
What a pervert. And what's with all the filters?
Yeah, it actually looks pretty good.
Now see how your sick curiosity led Jane into this mess?
Time for another decision. Either she refuses to take off her clothes or she accepts. Now, wait a minute. The first decision says our heroine declines the disgusting proposal. But in the image, she seems to be taking off her clothes while running away, but still. It doesn't make any sense. Did they swap the images by accident? So let's go with the more interesting choice.
Just turns into a fucking dominatrix.
Damn! She just happened to have a whip and handcuffs? Wow, I had no idea she'd actually do it.
His face. Oh my god.
What kind of fucked up game is this? What's with the crazy filters?
Oh, now you've done it.
It would be cool to study this game's art, but like I don't know what I would get out of it. Like it literally is just a bunch of images with filters on them.
An upside down fucking chicken mask.
I feel like I would have to do the I would probably have to do the animation magic.
So she strips down the bra and skirt for no apparent reason.
One first.
Leg, she kicks him in the
I feel like
face,
that one
runs
would be
for the
more
door.
fun.
Or no, she doesn't run. She just stands there. The boss grabs a pen and comes after her like a deranged psychopath. And there's Jane just standing there. She even has time to go into the men's room. The boss goes into the women's room, and next thing they're both out in the hall. I don't know. I don't even understand this. Now
Okay,
they're
let's get some
outside,
tone
and
on
she has
this.
her clothes back on.
I
guess it was a
keep
public
getting
parking lot, they
lazy
couldn't just
and
have a
not
girl
doing the
running around
tone.
in a bra and
But I'm
skirt. I don't
technically
know,
not
maybe the
supposed to be
actors didn't
doing
wanna
it.
do it, but for
Like
whatever
I'm supposed
reason,
to
it
be
doesn't
doing
follow
the
any continuity. Then John sees what's happening.
I'm supposed
Now,
to be
what was he
doing
doing in
the
parking lot the whole time?
tone
Just
at the
sitting on his
end as
motorcycle?
part of the
So he comes running,
shiage,
and
the
I guess he's
finishing
gonna save her.
process.
Oh no, it's time for the narrator.
Well, sport,
So,
you
like,
think you can
I'm
handle
kind
this
of-
choice without getting the lowest score in the history of this game?
What, there's
I'm
somebody
kind
else
of
who played
breaking
this
my
shit?
own rules left and right here.
Taking over this story.
Who's this?
Over my dead body.
I wonder how this
Take
would have all
that, taste
played
the
out if
pain.
it was actually moving.
I'm taking it over. Finally got rid of that obnoxious character. And that horrible music.
No kidding. At least the game's self-aware.
I'm what's known as a takeover artist, wanted in 30 states for hijacking fiction.
So she's taking over as the narrator. Why is this necessary? Do we not have enough narrators? On the selection screens, we have at least 2 different voices talking to us. And then on top of that, there's this goofball, and now a fucking karate chick. So now she's looking at the past choices we made, just so she can scold us and we have to hear the same shit all over again.
These are the most disgusting series of plot choices I have ever seen.
Yeah, I get it.
You deserve every minus point you have gotten, and even more.
I get it.
I don't believe it. How could you make such choices?
Enough already.
Were you raised in a barn?
Could they possibly drag this out any longer?
Help me, help!
Run, Jane, run!
What? Her shirt's back off again? Okay, so the parking lot was obviously not a problem, because now she's in an even more populated area. Oh, here comes the banana peel. Classic. The longer this goes, the more you wish that it was full motion video. I mean, that's what this kind of game is classified as. Full motion video, FMV. But the only motion part is the beginning. It's not like the 3DO was incapable of this. The Sega CD could do it, and that was before. And if you look at Wing Commander 3, the whole game is full of video. And it's almost like DVD quality. It looks good. And that was the same console. So if that game could do it, why not this one? So they're running through Hollywood, goofing around in front of Grauman's Chinese Theater, Griffith Observatory, and it's like a series of vacation photos. This is horrible. This isn't something you make into a game and put into stores. This is like a weird sort of college experiment. If you even count this as a game, it's probably the worst game I've ever seen in my life. And that's one hell of an accomplishment. This chase scene goes on and on and on. And we get the battle of the narrators intermixed with the whole thing just to stretch it out even longer. What's going on? Why are there lines of bullets? If he's shooting her, shouldn't the bullets be coming from the gun or scattered across her body? Why are they just placed randomly all over the screen? And they put an X on her face to show that she's dead.
I'm back in control now.
Are there dogs applauding? I'm not imagining that, am I? There's dogs clapping. I didn't even know that dogs were fucking watching. So the next thing that happens, the boss, whose name is Thresher, by the way, he offers to pay.
I will say his
So after
review
trying
of
to
this
rape her and
game
kill
kind of
her,
is
now he's
just
offering
like,
her money. So
what
for
the
next
fuck is
5
that?
minutes, John
Oh
tries
my
to
god,
persuade
that's so
Jane while she
random and
negotiates the
goofy.
price with Thresher.
Your original deal was $5 million for one night, right?
Like it is kind
So
of
what's
just
7.5
like the
for 2 nights?
absurdity.
I'm giving you a $2.5 million discount.
That's way too rich. 5.5.
Not
Of
kidding.
it is
goes
doing
on
all the
for
work.
Like 5 minutes. It's like $5 million for a day, $7.5 million for a weekend, $5 million, $7 million, $5 million, $20 million for a week. Ah, like stop it! Get to the point.
No way, I ain't no slut. 7.
6.
Later that night, oh, thank God.
6 and 7/8. How much is that anyway?
What? They're still negotiating? And how is it later that night? It's not night. It's not fucking night. So then John goes into this big emotional speech.
I don't want you for a night. I want you for a lifetime. I've been searching for you.
What's going on? Why are people laughing?
I'm gonna keep that in the script.
It's an outtake? They left an outtake?
I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna take
Just for a joke?
Okay.
So it's technically not an outtake. It's an intake of an outtake. What the fuck? Why'd they do this? His slip was that he said searching for me instead of searching for you. Was it that funny? So if you have Jane accept Thresher's offer, they just walk away, you get scolded, and then you have to go back to the decision.
Uh-oh, I screw up. Could you give me another run?
So if you pick the other choice, she walks away with John. They go out in the parking lot where they originally met. I don't know if to be ironic or just out of convenience.
Well, congratulations.
Now for the final choice. Either I want the Hollywood ending or give me something different. Yeah, you know what? Give me something different. Give me a different fucking
I would
game.
like to see a lot of the like
This is
how
one
to
of the
make
worst
or
things
like
I
how
have
they
ever
made this
seen in
shit
my life.
uh
On the
that they
box, it
filmed
says, "Plays
for
like a game, feels like a movie." Well, that's horse shit. It does not
for
play
the
like a
re-release
game,
of this
and it
game. I
certainly
think
does
that would
not
be
feel
cool.
like a movie. It's a
It would be
slideshow that
cool.
verges
It would
on
be a
being
little
softcore
epic.
porn. But it isn't that either. It's like some kind of experimental art project. If I just made a bunch of shit and put all kinds of filters on it, that would be the same as this miserable pile of fuck. It would also be the same to go take a shit on a piece of toast on top of a roof while wearing a fish mask singing "I'm Too Sexy."
Take your damn clothes off!
He's gonna take you back to the past to play some shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat
Now, we gotta get that Kita Kita in there.
What's up, Doc?
Wow! It's been a while since I seen you. What game you hit me with? Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle? I can't wait to play this. Oh! What was that?
Actually, fuck.
Yeah, play the game, Doc.
I'm not playing this shit.
Come on, Doc. Stick it in the Nintendo.
How about stick it up your rabbit hole?
Yeah, when you played Birthday Blowout, you knew you had some unfinished business, Mac. Yeah, play the game for 2 minutes, and I'll let you hit me again.
So this is Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle. All you have to do is collect carrots. Once you get all the carrots, you go to the next stage, and it's just the same shit over and over. Crazy Castle? It's not too crazy, is it? The Birthday Blowout game was actually more crazy because that was like an action game, but this is more like a puzzle game. So why wasn't this one called Birthday Blowout and the other one Crazy Castle? One good thing I have to say, it has the shortest, sweetest password I've seen.
It really isn't that much different
Anyway, there's a bunch of Sylvesters
from what I had.
You drop
Oops.
stuff on their heads or hit them with boxing gloves. The only thing you can't do is jump. If you end up in a corner, you're done. Come on, he's a bunny. He can't jump? Oh, you fucking
All
cunt,
right,
you
let's
cunt,
see.
Got my ass against the wall. There's no way out of
Did I
this.
did
Look
I
at him.
pull
He's just
now?
gonna
Did
push
I
back and forth.
do my
Commit suicide.
did my past self do my future self a favor?
Drop this anvil down on him. Oh, he went the other way. You fucking shit nugget. You gotta time it just right. You see, I'm just gonna kick this crate over here. There's some Sylvesters. Oh, fuck. If I can just get the invisible ink. Is he just gonna stand there? Great, I'm coming down. Oh, balls.
Alright, that's it. I'm done with this game. I'd rather press my face against the hippopotamus's butt while it muck spreads. That's when a hippo takes a shit. Rather than allowing the shit to drop from its anus, it presses its tail against its ass crack, waving it back and forth, shredding the shit all over the place. That's as much fun as this game is, like putting a turd in a fan or a bandsaw. You just don't do it.
Would appear. I did. I'm sorry, what? I don't have Clippy.
Sorry, Doc.
Ah.
You ain't done yet. Looks like you got another game.
Crazy Castle 2? There's a sequel?
I absolutely should have
How could this
Clippy.
be possible? I'm not playing this.
But you want to play.
Yeah, I'd flick
No, I don't
4,000
wanna.
of it.
You do want to.
I don't wanna.
Fuck off.
You do want to.
I don't wanna.
You do want to.
I don't wanna.
You don't want to.
I do wanna.
You don't want to.
I do wanna.
You don't want to.
I do wanna.
You don't want
I
to.
do wanna.
You don't want
I
to.
do wanna. And you're not gonna stop me.
Crazy Castle 2. What can you say? It's the same shitty game, but on a Game Boy screen. So in case you need your Crazy Castle action on the go, this is the game for you. The only big difference is that you're collecting keys instead of
Oh,
carrots.
yeah, we can do this too.
When you get all the carrots, you can unlock the final door and proceed to the next level. There's more a variety of traps and weapons. Watch this, I'm gonna kill Tweety. Yeah, that's what I like to see. You also get these blocks which make you jump. But couldn't they be a little more creative here? How about a spring or a trampoline? Not just a block that says up. The controls are a little stiff. I just want to go up the steps. Oh, fuck. Now I'm dead. They tried to put new things into this game to make it better than the NES version, but it only sucks even more because it's on Game Boy. I mean, look at this. Would you want to play this? If you do, you probably like playing with dog turds.
Alright, I'm done with this. I'd rather lick the shit skid off the inside of a toilet bowl. Oh, no! Whoa! God! Nintendo dork, you broke my fucking couch! It's a fucking bunny! Little fucking Bugs Bunny boot camp? Come on, I thought Toons liked to get beat up.
We do, Doc. But you know what we don't like? Getting shit on the fucking face!
That was 2 years ago.
Well, now it's your turn, Doc.
Oh, whoops.
Motherfucking nerd! Ain't I a stinker?
Go away. Just leave me alone.
Not yet, Doc. You still got another game.
What? Crazy Castle 3? Crazy Castle 3? That's impossible.
Now I think I understand the relevance of the title. It's crazy that there's so many sequels. I can see why there'd be one on NES and one on Game Boy, but why another? It's the same fucking thing. You go around collecting keys to open the door to go to the next stage. Now let me ask something. When would there ever exist a door that takes 8 keys to open? And it's monotonous how the keys themselves are indoors. The only thing that distinguishes the final door from the rest is that tiny lock which you'd need a magnifying glass to see. What's the point of having these doors anyway? When you go in the room, you find a key every time. So wouldn't it be a little more efficient not to have the doors, just have the keys out in the open? What were they thinking? The only fun part's blowing the living fuck out of Tweety. However, it becomes even more redundant after you've annihilated everybody. There's nothing left to kill you, so you're just walking around getting all the keys. Pretty exciting, isn't it? Almost as exciting as watching a dog scarfing out its anus.
He's the one that broke the couch. Well, technically it was a futon.
Okay.
I don't care what it is. Get him! Boy,
Where
I'm
the
a funny
fuck
ball.
is my Kira?
Here you go, Doc.
Oh no, don't tell me it doesn't. Oh, I remember what I had to do. This happened last time. I had to sign in
Doggone, you mean old screwy wascally
to
wadder?
fuck.
What's this?
Because it's. Oh god. So to explain what I'm doing a little bit is, I am.
Crazy Castle 4? How many of these fucking games could there possibly
I'm basically
be?
using multiple
I ran my rabbit fist right up your motherfucking ass.
logins of Clip Studio, because it's you can access the asset store.
Alright, well, If
on
you just can't get
the
enough crazy
web
castle
browser
action, here
instead
comes
of
number
on
4. It
the
starts out with
stupid
Bugs Bunny
fucking
looking
app
at a map.
that takes
On
like
it,
a
he sees
million years to
castle, but
load
all
and
it
is
says
laggy as
Seed
shit.
Castle. So Bugs thinks about it and decides that C must stand
And then
for
also
carrot.
too, it's a
And
lot
that means he
easier
thinks
for
the castle's
searching
full of
for
carrots. And from how much he loves carrots, he rushes over there. And of course, the game has to explain
stuff
to us
that is in
C
Japanese.
really stands for crazy and not carrot.
It's
Like
just
we're
an
fucking idiots.
improvement.
This is only
It's
the
just
fourth
better.
fucking game, right?
It
You're going
works
around
better.
Opening doors that lead to rooms that have keys. You get all the damn keys and go to the final door. I mean, what am I supposed to say? It's so hard to even imagine that this game exists, and I'm trying to review it. It's like trying
But
to
if
review
you
a big
download something on the
porcupine with
web,
a monkey's head up its
it
butt
like
eating a buffalo's
opens
ball
the
sack.
app and it goes
Should I
like, "Dude, you want to
describe what
download
looks
it?"
like and analyze it?
And if you're
Or
not
should I just
signed
be so
in
fucking
on
shocked the
both,
thing even exists?
it just like it adds it to your account, but it doesn't download it.
Still gotta get the carrot.
So okay, now
Don't you? Huh? Well, why
there
don't
it
you
is.
play it then?
There's
You're
my
funny.
fucking
You
Kita
play.
Kita.
You play this filth. You like fucking carrots, don't you? Eat that fucking carrot. Eat this fucking carrot, you fucking piece of shit. Eat that fucking carrot. Rabbits and your fucking carrots. If you shove that fucking carrot in your fucking ass.
What's up, Doc?
Oh, come on. Oh god, this does not work.
I will not give it to you. Give me the guitar. I need it. I need it's mine.
This
I need
does
all the guitar.
not
Give me the
work.
guitar. I need it.
I should have just fucking drew this. Oh, I should have just drew this. Oh, god damn it. Okay, there we go. Where the fuck is the size of my particle?
Great. I guess I just gotta get another couch and another guitar.
There we go.
Of course
Okay.
you realize this means war, bitch. Motherfucking nerd.
Where did I put the box layer?
No wonder where this shit comes from. Woody Woodpecker in Crazy Castle 5?
There we
This
go.
can't be real.
Beautiful.
Okay, first of all, how is it Crazy Castle 5 if it's not
Crazy Castle from the monsters. The graphics
Alright,
are
let's
more
see.
advanced, and you have the ability to break things with your
I'll
beak.
fuck with this
One thing
background
that's really
here
annoying
with this.
is that when you open a
With
chest
this.
to get an item,
Look
you
at
don't
this
automatically get
effect
the
that
item.
I just
so I end up leaving
found.
the room thinking I got the key when I really didn't. In a good game like Zelda, you open the chest and that's it. But here, you have to stop, wait for the item to dangle in the air, and then grab it. It's like trying to grab dried shit dangling from a chihuahua's ass hair. Other than that, there's not a damn thing to say. I wonder why it's Woody Woodpecker. You know, now that I think about it, both Woody and Bugs were created by the same guy, Ben Bugs Hardaway. That's very interesting. Oh, and wait, the very first cartoon to feature a precursor of Bugs Bunny was Porky's Hare Hunt. It had Mel Blanc doing the bunny's voice. He was the same guy who was the first voice for Woody Woodpecker. So Woody and Bugs, could it be? They're the same?
Yeah. What's up, Doc? That feels good, Doc. Yeah, just like good old times, Doc. Like when I shoved Elmer Fudd's head up the Tasmanian Devil's fucking asshole. Yeah. How does it feel to be a dying man, nerd? You're a dead man. You're a dead man.
Bullshit!
Have you yipped with the devil in the pale moonlight? Where the fuck is my text? Yeah, where the hell is my dialogue? Oh shit, where's the dialogue? Oh no. Where'd that go? We need that.
Knew it.
Oh, never mind.
I don't give a fuck. I'm taking you with me. Oh, you like to play with bombs, huh? Well, bombs away, you woody bunny fucking pecker piece of shit.
What's up, Doc?
Fuck this game. Watch it go. What were they thinking? Let's play charades. Who am I?
If you guessed Pitfall Harry, then you're right. Good old Harry got his start in Pitfall, a classic Atari game, but he didn't start acting like an asshole until the NES came along. Super Pitfall, one of the most deceptive uses of the word super in video game history. You want to know why? You want to know why this game super sucks? You want to see how hard they cranked up the diarrhea dial? Just watch. Nice. Fucking beautiful. The first ladder you see drops you into a pit where you get killed by a bird or a bat, whatever it is. And even if it wasn't there, I'd fall on the spikes. So it's basically death insurance. Let's put every kind of obstacle we can possibly think of in the very beginning of the game. You know, I'm disappointed. Couldn't there have been lava on top of the spikes with fire sharks swimming in it? Couldn't there be more spikes coming from the sides ready to close in and squash me while stabbing at the same time? How about some laser cannons and upside down volcanoes? You want to be even more efficient? Why even have the ladder? Why not just start the game falling down the pit? Fucking assholes. Talk about a beginner's trap. They sure nailed it. Well, let's talk about Pitfall Harry. He looks like Luigi, and there's something wrong with his walk cycle. Looks like he's hopping on one foot. But the most ridiculous thing about this guy is the way he dies. What is that all about? He goes fucking apeshit. It even kills the enemies that are nearby. My only theory to what's going on here is that there's an angel and a devil waiting to take him to either heaven or hell. It's first come, first serve, and they both want him real bad. So they're constantly there, waiting for him to die. And then as soon as he dies, they both grab his arms, fighting over his body.
Alright, I think I know what kind of speech bubble I want.
That I can think of. The enemies in this game are a total joke. Spiders? Frogs? Are frogs a common hazard that you would face in a jungle? Has anyone ever died by getting attacked by a fucking frog? And he uses a gun? Who the hell goes around shooting frogs? Harry can't shoot while ducking, and that's a big problem because most of the enemies are too short. You can hit the frogs only if you time their jumps very carefully. The spiders, the scorpions, and just about everything else, it's like tough shit. Does Harry have a problem with his arms? He can't point the gun in any direction other than right in front of his own fucking face? The number one complaint that I have with this game is that all the items
I'm looking for a very
are invisible.
specific
They
type
only
of speech
appear when you
bubble.
jump in a very specific spot. Everything from bullets to special objects that you need in order to unlock certain parts of the game, everything is invisible. So unless you know where everything is,
delicious.
You're just gonna have to go through the whole
Sorry.
game jumping around like a fucking idiot. The only items in plain sight are the gold.
I found it.
But the gold has no purpose.
I found
other
it,
than
Mom.
Points. Unless you're playing an Atari game, nobody really cares about getting a high score. It's more about just finishing the game. So the gold is there just to waste your fucking time. You gotta convince yourself to just walk past it. But that's hard to do because not only is it the only thing in the game that's not hidden, but it flashes. Like, ooh, look at that flashing gold. So tempting. But no, just pretend it's not there. The only other item I found is a crazy bug-eyed animal in a cage. I have no idea what that is or when you'll ever need it. I don't know, could you ever think of any way to use an animal in a cage? I can't. The graphics do a lot of flickering. There's always something popping out at the edge of the screen, like the NES can't handle its awesomeness. The weirdest thing I ever saw happen was that for a fraction of a second, there was like a red clone. Like, who's that supposed to be? The ghost of Pitfall Larry? Playing this game is like driving an old beat-up car. You're always afraid it's gonna break down. What happened here? I'm frozen? Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna... Oh, okay, now he dies? I guess the angel and devil were busy looking for him that time. Nothing about this game makes any sense. The whole layout was designed at pure random. Like, why are there so many ladders that lead to nowhere? Why is there an anti-gravitational lake that's bottom leads to thin air? Down is the worst direction you could possibly go in this game, because you're always going to end up falling and killing yourself. Oh, that's great. They did that on purpose. It looks like you could just barely steer yourself to the left, but that fucking platform's tucked in too far. Falling is your worst nightmare. There's one part where you have to climb up, 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 and if you make one mistake, you're falling down, down, down. You have no idea how long it took to get that far. Now I gotta do it all over again. This game is unholy. It's fucking made in hell, I swear. Oh shit, what the fuck was that? That's fucking scary. You're just walking around and a head run amok from Easter Island comes flying towards you. Okay, how did I survive that? The weirdest thing is when the face doesn't even come after you a second time. It just sits there. Then if you walk away and come back, it disappears. So where did it go? Who knows? Who cares? This game is a lot like Milon's Secret Castle and Simon's Quest, because the whole thing is about secrets. In order to access certain parts of the game, you have to jump into walls. Who would think to do that?
All right,
It's
here we
like
go.
in Simon's
Here we go. We're
Quest,
doing
where
it.
You have to kneel down by the wall, holding a red crystal, and wait for a tornado to come. Okay, well maybe it's not that cryptic. This is the last part of the game. Some kind of dungeon with skulls and shit. Kind of reminds me of the Temple of Doom. I like this part for two reasons. One, it's the only part in the game that has different music. What a relief. The other thing, it's the only place that has enemies that are tall enough to shoot. I don't know why everything else had to be so small. Like those snails. Killed by a fucking snail. Oh, must be Pitfall, Gary. That's the princess, or whatever she is. Just some girl you're trying to rescue. When you get to this part, your first instinct is to get over there and rescue her. Hopefully that means you beat the game, right? But no, that's some wishful thinking right there. You can walk right through her, you can try to hump her, but nothing happens. The game doesn't even give you a clue. You're just supposed to know that you gotta collect a bunch of secret items before you can rescue the girl. But if you went down to this dungeon place, you're basically trapped. There is a way to get out, but it requires a lot of climbing, where one slip can drop you all the way back down. You're better off just resetting the game. So we're jumping around in thin air, trying to find different suits like spades, hearts, and diamonds. What purpose does this have? I found the princess. Does he need to play poker with her or something? Finding these items, like I said, unless you have a strategy guide or a walkthrough telling you where all these things are, it's just a guessing game. Even worse, jumping around can put you in danger. Come on, a waterfall coming down from the ceiling? Ah, death by a frog. Is this girl really worth all this aggravation? Look at her. She looks like a fucking rag doll. There's no limit to how secretive this game is. There's actually a part where you have to warp by jumping into a bird. You saw that, right? I'm not making that up. There's a warp zone hidden in a bird. How would you ever figure something like that out unless it's by complete accident? If you try touching the rest of the birds in this game, they kill you. So if you've learned anything from that, it's to avoid them. How stumped and bored would you need to be to start thinking, I guess I'm going to try jumping in the birds? How the fuck is a kid in 1987 without internet supposed to figure out how to beat this game?
I think what I'm going to have to do
So you get all the
is...
items,
Can I
go
actually
back into the
edit
secret wall, find the princess,
transform?
and then you win,
I can't free
right?
transform this fuck.
No, the music changes, but the game still goes on. Is there any clue, any dialogue box, anything to
can't,
give
like-
you a hint what to do next? Of
I was going to
course
say,
not.
it would be cool to be
You
able
just
to
have
perspective
assume
warp
to go
this
back to the beginning of the
and
game.
have it
That
kind
means
of
climbing out of
follow,
this dungeon,
like, around,
finding
like
another
it's
secret
swirling around
passageway,
him.
and work your way back. But you're not supposed to go back to the exact start point. That would be a little too easy to guess. So how about this? You fall off a random platform, the screen starts to glitch, and then you win. And that's it. Don't you love games that just end with a black screen with plain text? At least they spelled congratulations right. The third line's a little off center, but other than that, I don't see any errors. I guess that's why they kept it so short. They knew they'd fuck it up. But the last sentence mystifies me. Please try another world? What other world?
As far as I know, there's a second quest, but it's the same exact game. The only difference is that the items are all in different spots. And after that, the game just keeps repeating over and over and over again, like a never-ending Easter egg hunt. But that'd be like if the Easter eggs were full of diarrhea and the Easter bunny was shitting all over your face. But I've had enough with bunnies and shit lately, so I'm gonna end this right here. What kind of masochist would you have to be to beat this game more than once? If you did it one time, what would you have to prove to do it again? You'd have to be some kind of fucking idiot.
Oh no. Oh, it wants to do the whole thing? Are you fucking serious? Can I not do this? Edit, transform. Nope, can't do that. Oh god, this effect is gonna really fucking make me want to kill myself, isn't it?
As a kid, two of my favorite things were video games and Japanese monster movies. Godzilla, Mothra, Rodan, Ghidorah, Mechagodzilla.
Alright, well...
monsters beating the hell out of each other and blowing the fuck out of
Let's see,
everything.
is there anything I can do, like,
shit.
really, really, really
Being
fast?
a Godzilla
I don't
fan
think
in
so.
the
I
late
think it's
80s and
over.
early 90s wasn't easy for an American. Because, for one thing, the only way to see these movies was to scan through the TV guide every Sunday and see if any happened to be on, or go to every local video store hoping to be lucky enough to find some on VHS.
During my lifetime, there were only 2 Godzilla films released in theaters here in the United States. Godzilla 1985 and Godzilla 2000. The
Okay,
1998
well,
American
that's gonna
version
do it
doesn't
for
count.
me.
It wasn't until I got
think.
internet that I found out Toho had still been making these movies all through the 90s.
I think we
but
did
they were only in
okay.
Japan. I was pissed off. When it came to video games, we also got fucked pretty hard.
but yeah.
This was my first Godzilla game. Godzilla on NES. Let's pop this piece of reptilian fuck nugget in.
We're getting ever closer.
Godzilla, monster of monsters.
We are getting
You should already
ever,
be a clue
ever
to how
closer.
half-assed this game is because he's blocking half the title. In 2000 XXX
I think
AD.
tomorrow
Why is it always
I will
X?
work on
Like,
this.
They couldn't come up with an exact year, so just make it X. The
Somewhat.
Earth receives a declaration.
And
Oh,
then we'll move
fuck
on
this.
to
Let's start the
19.
Great looking game. What's this? Godzilla chess? So you take control of both Godzilla and Mothra and move them around these hexagon spaces.
We'll move ahead.
Then you go into these battle zones. This is more like it, right? Classic side-scroller action. Or more like classic mindless button masher. Oh well, at least you have a lot of attacks. Godzilla punches, kicks, swings his tail, and breathes his trademark atomic breath.
But anyway, that's gonna do it for me,
How
fellers.
often has Godzilla ever been in space? Once, as far as I remember, Godzilla vs.
Take it easy.
Monster Zero. Why not take place on Earth? I want to trample some buildings.